And please join me in the pledge to the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. All right, and can everyone hear? Oh, I think my mic is working. All of the mics should be working. Our Sergeant at Arms tested them and gave an update on those. But just to repeat what he said, do not ever turn your desk mics off. Don't ever turn them off, and they'll work fine. So I think before we get started, I will quickly go through the Senate districts and make sure everyone's here. We do have a couple of committee members who have let me know they will be late, but that's okay. I think we can go ahead and get started. So let me open up the roll sheet here real fast. I had to close everything on my computer and restart it. Silent while I open this up. All right, Senate District 1, Brett Rogers. Yes. Senate District 2, Donna Carter. Senate District 3, Mike Jackson. Senate District 4, Loretta Emmons. Senate District 5, Michael Salvo. Senate District 6, Robert Garay. Senate District 7, Teresa Thomas. Senate District 8, Christy Ratliff. Senate District 9, Dan Tully. Senate District 10, Brady Gray. Present. Senate District 11, Erica McCrutcheon. Senate District 12, Peyton Inge. Here. Senate District 13, Don Hooper. Present. Senate District 14, Jeff Frazier. Present. Senate District 15, Rolando Garcia. Here. Senate District 16, Dr. Preeti Malati. Here. Senate District 17, Henry Bonert. Here. Senate District 18, Paul Yamrick. Here. Senate District 19, Rhonda Marquardt. Here. Senate District 20, not Eddie Zamora, sorry. This is Eric Nur. The online list still says Eddie Zamora. We need to get that fixed. Senate District 21, Julie Dahlberg. Senate District 22, Debbie Duke. Here. Senate District 23, Stephanie Gonzalez. Stephanie Gonzalez. She wasn't here yesterday either. Senate District 24, Davis Ford. Here. Senate District 25, Johan Gervais.
Present.
Senate District 26, Rick Briscoe. Rick Briscoe. Senate District 27, Janera Lewis.
Present.
Senate District 28, Susan Williamson.
Here.
Senate District 29, Hans Sassenfeld.
Here.
Senate District 30, Spencer Brolsma. Here. And Senate District 31, Jeff Russell.
Here.
All right, and one more time through the list. I know Erica McCrutcheon has let me know she's on her way. For Senate District 23, Stephanie Gonzalez. And Senate District 26, Rick Briscoe. All right, well, we will mark them down when they show up. So I think for now, I think we want to pick up right where we left off. We probably need to finish our first pass through everything that's been submitted before we reopen for testimony, just in the interest of time. But kind of how I see today going is from now until about, we'll take a short break at about 10 o'clock, and then we'll just keep going until about noon. And hopefully by noon, we're done with our first pass through all of the items. If we finish a little early, then we'll take some testimony then. And then after lunch, we will start with whittling down to our list of 15. And so kind of while we're working, I'm also going to put together an online tool that'll hopefully make that a little easier for us. But for now, I think, and that'll start after lunch, and then we'll probably spend the rest of the day alternating between that and taking testimony. So the goal is by the end of the day, we have our list of 15, and then we would spend tomorrow working on the language and just making sure that that we're satisfied with it. So and also taking additional testimony. So I think with that being said, we need to just jump right back into where we left off. And if I remember right, and someone may need to remind me, there were a couple of issues that we kind of left pending because we didn't have answers from other areas yet. One of them was closing primaries, and so I'm happy to announce that last night, after we adjourned actually, or after we recessed actually, the Rules Committee did pass closing the primaries by a vote of 26-4. So that is done. It is in the rules now, and that was a great effort by the temporary Rules Committee members. So there was one other item that I think we kind of left hanging. Can someone remind me what that was? Paul.
The left hanging or the last one we were talking about was on the grid? I'm sorry.
So I think we got through protecting the grid, and we were going and defend the guard, but it was medical freedom. I think there was something that Dr. Malati wanted to look up. But
I think we were going to come back, when we come back to the issues, because we had said medical freedom, and then we were going to come back. And I think we were coming to the sexualization, that section, weren't we?
Yeah, we had not started sexualization yet, but I know there was an item on medical freedom that we wanted to come back to.
We have to hash it out more.
Okay.
It was the Secretary of State issue, whether that was.
That's right. Yeah, so we did find, after going back and looking, the Secretary of State is a constitutional office, so it would require a constitutional amendment. But I think we can handle that through our next pass, because it's already up there. So we'll just leave it for now. So starting with stop sexualization. Are there any items yes.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to address the AG thing. Did you say you found it was constitutional? Because I thought a gentleman over here found it was statutory.
That
was AG. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it was Secretary of State.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so it does seem that that's a constitutional office. Okay. So is there anything that we would like to bring up on stop sexualization? Yes. All right.
Proposal in our SD committee to add a civil to gender modification, and see it on here. I probably need to look more carefully. Basically, what it does. No, well, actually, when I say civil remedy, I'm talking about the ability to sue a doctor who performs this surgery on children, and it's basically, to prevent gender modification from occurring in the state of Texas, just like the heartbeat bill. Matter of fact, the wording, and I'll send it to you in a minute, Scott. I think I have it on my computer. To do that was modeled after Jonathan Mitchell's heartbeat bill. If anybody can sue over an abortion, but basically it allows children in anybody impacted. Somebody who's gone through gender modification goes out and shoots a busload of school kids, you can go after them for the financial damages occurring.
So on this, and what, and we can draft language for this to make sure it's included, because I think right now it might just be as simple as saying create a civil remedy for detransitioners, essentially.
I think that would work.
Yeah. So detransitioners to seek damages for surgeries and other medical interventions that were performed on them. Do we want to create a new civil remedy, or do we want to create an exception to the limitations on medical malpractice?
Oh, well, I think I think there's both coming through the platform committee. I'm not sitting over there, so I'm not watching it, but I think there's both of those proposals to do that. But the one proposal for the gender modification was to lift the $250,000 cap that we currently have on medical malpractice, specific for gender modification. And we've long had people that would oppose any type of civil remedy in this world, but I think the time is right to come back and, if we really want to prevent gender modification in the state of Texas, I think we have to have a civil remedy with it that doesn't go after the hospital, but goes after the specific doctors that are performing it.
Okay.
Yes, that'll work, I think.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would say there is on detransitioners, we probably need to specify that, seek damages for gender modification surgeries. And maybe take out the...
You take out detransitioners, just put for those.
I would leave detransitioners in there because I think that's a pretty powerful, people are kind of rallying around them. Dr. Malati.
Oh, just a quick question. Are you talking about all detransitioners or people who had surgeries when they were children?
I mean, I think we would say all of them, right?
The language that I saw gave, I think, if I remember correctly, it was over 20 years that, so if you went through gender modification and you wished, 20 years later to go back and sue the doctor because this was terrible advice, and you could do that. But I'll have to I haven't pulled up my computer yet, but I forget exactly how it's worded. But I think you're right in to just do it this way and then let the platform committee and the resolutions committee come up with more specific language.
Yeah, I think if we want to just immediately kind of tighten the language here, I would say take out the word other and the words that were performed on them. So gender modification surgeries and medical interventions, including lifting any current caps on malpractice awards.
I think you can remove standing, yeah. I like it.
Do we have a motion on this one?
Do you want to make the motion?
Yeah, I make a motion that we approve this language.
Second that.
All right, seconded by, who was it? Brady Gray. All right, is there any further discussion on this?
I would just, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I would like to suggest we include with that some language that basically says with no statute of limitations on the claim.
Is there any opposition to that? Yeah, yeah.
We can do it.
I like it.
I wouldn't put it in now.
I think this is
Teresa.
fine, but if we wanted to add that, it's okay.
Yeah. Teresa?
Just a question, Scott. My understanding is that the next legislation, they're going to hit hard about getting insurance companies to cover the recovery of the detransitioners to bring them back to normal. Will this affect that in any way?
I mean, this is what would require that, right? Because insurance would have to cover it if this is in the law.
Well, I did have a lengthy conversation with Senator Middleton about this, and he was worried that the insurance companies would be the ones hit, not so much the doctors. And I think he was going to come up with a remedy to fix that in whatever proposed legislation may emanate from this. But it is a concern and a good one.
Chair,
Paul.
I'll call the question.
All right, question has been called on this item. Is there any objection to calling the question? Seeing none, we'll now move into a vote. All in favor of adding this to the draft list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, back to the stop sexualization. Brady,
I'd like to make a motion that for the purpose of the draft that we add the Smith County language, new plank 172, repeal Kinsey, repeal affirmative defenses, redefine harmful materials to remove loopholes provided by modified Miller test.
Okay, so I think we'd leave out the words new plank 172, but just copy repeal Kinsey and repeal affirmative defenses.
Sure.
Do we want to, and I know we're wordsmithing a little bit, but I think it's going to be important when we go back through and look later. Do we want to say what the affirmative defenses are? Like affirmative defenses to what?
To the obscenity exemption.
Okay. Yeah, is there a second? Spencer Rolsma.
Chairman, point of order.
Yes.
If we're agreeing to something to second it, I did not hear it all, so would you restate its
Okay.
proper order?
So the language is to repeal Kinsey and repeal affirmative defenses, redefine harmful materials to remove loopholes provided by modified Miller test. And so this is essentially amending the state penal code, right?
Yes, it's amending the penal code. So just for the sake of kind of clarification on this, the affirmative defenses to this obscenity exemption is what has allowed them to do a lot of the stuff that they've done in terms of like taking out some of the stuff on HB 900 and a lot of the things that we've dealt with trying to stop the harmful materials has been blocked via this. So this would repeal that.
Okay, so let's include the word after defense. I know this is wordsmithing a little bit, but I think we're going to be glad we did this when we come back and look through. Is there any objection to adding the words by removing the obscenity exemption in the Texas Penal Code? Does that cover it?
Yeah, I think it's for the purposes of a draft, I think.
Spencer?
If you want to reference the actual parts of the penal code that need to be removed, it's in the Denton County portion that's at the bottom of the page. Those are the subsections.
Yeah, and I think when we get to the wordsmithing section, we can probably pull from that some. Yeah. So I didn't hear any objection to adding that language. Is there any other discussion on this item? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, that passes. Is there anything else in the stop sexualization section that we want to take up? Dr. Malati.
I'm not sure what section this would be in, the proposal that Tammy Brown Rodriguez had presented yesterday, that I think I emailed you about being able to have civil actions, parents' civil actions. Would it be under this section? Civil actions against the ISD, like the superintendent for not reporting. Can you talk into the microphone? Oh, gosh. I'll have to eat it. Okay. Can you hear me? That's okay. No, I was just wondering where, is it in this section or another section about the one that Tammy Brown Rodriguez presented yesterday?
Right,
about,
so this is the sovereign immunity of
Yes.
school districts?
Yes.
Okay, let me forward that to, so Michael, you're going to want, I'm going to send you an email, And in here, one of the attachments is the repeal of school district sovereign immunity. And,
Mr. Chairman?
So do you want to make the motion? So the language would be common sense repeal of sovereign immunity for school districts and professional school employees when they commit sexual or violent crimes against a student.
Is that the wording she had? Is that the wording she had?
Yes. Yeah, it's sovereign immunity for.
And does it have the words like civil action? I know we had talked about that versus criminal or.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I believe it's in the draft from the Texas Education 911.
Oh, okay, yeah. If you look at the, yeah, it's the last one. So the Texas Education 911 item under stop sexualization, that would cover it, right?
Yeah, I think, yeah. Is that the one you read to her and she said, yeah, that covers it?
Yes, you're right. Thank you for reminding me of that. So much has happened since then.
Yeah, I know. I think if that's the one you read and she was good with that, and that
Okay.
looks good to
So
me.
do you want to make a motion to take
Yeah,
that one
make
up?
a motion to put that.
Okay. That's been moved, seconded by Brady Gray. Is there any other discussion on this item? Yeah, Julie.
I'm sorry.
Oh. All right, hearing none, we'll move into a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. All right, anything else in the stop sexualization section? Yes, Julie.
Wood County had a good one to defund entities and stop taxpayer funding for this sort of thing, and also defining a man and woman in state statute. So I think definitely defining a man and woman in state statute is important, as well as prohibiting taxpayer funding. But I think it should be worded a little differently.
Okay, so do you want to take the first two sentences of that Wood County item?
I think that the term groom kids is a little vague.
Right, we'll wordsmith it later.
I'd recommend prohibit taxpayer funding to any entity that permits presentation or encouragement of sexuality, pornography, or transgender ideology to minor children.
Okay. So you would replace the words groom kids with transgender ideology with?
I would replace the whole thing with what I read.
Okay. Can you, for Michael's sake, can you email it to us and then?
Yes, but I don't want to exclude defining a man and a woman if that's not actually in state statute currently. Do you want me to send that now first?
Yeah. Do you want to make that two separate items?
Yes.
Okay. So the first motion is to define a man and woman in state statute. Is there a second for that? All right. Seconded by Brady Gray. And is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right, that passes. And then, Dr. Malati.
And I know it passed, and we're going to probably come back to it, but we probably need to be a little more specific on the definition. We're just saying define it, and then you can see all sorts of weird discussions that ensue from that,
Yeah. Yeah, I think we'd probably want to put a definition in. Then, have you sent the language on the?
To the first one that.
Yeah. Okay, we'll come back to that one. Is there anything else for the stop sexualization section? All right, I'm not hearing any, so we will move on to banning foreign land purchases. So we already have the priority that came from the ballot propositions. Is there anything else from this section that we want to look at? All right, hearing none, moving on to property rights and eminent domain. And because it's coming from Madison County, even though they didn't say it in here directly, I'm assuming this has to do with high-speed rail. So I think that's kind of the catch-all for this section. Is there any item that you want to take from the property rights section? Any motions? All right, hearing none, we will move on to monetary freedom and gold and silver bullion. We already have the ballot proposition on gold and silver. Is there anything else from this section that someone wants to take up? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to Convention of States. Is there anything from the Convention of States section that someone wants to take up?
Yeah. Did we already put one in for reauthorizing?
We have not.
I would like to take that up.
Okay.
I second that.
All right. So which language do you want? 'Cause the Wood County and the Llano County versions are a little bit different. Is there one of those that you'd rather use?
I like the top one and
Okay.
definitely extend the call.
All right. So that has been moved by Hans Sassenfeld. Is there a second? Second by Julie Dahlberg. Oh, by Chrissy Ratliff. That was made by Hans Sassenfeld. Sorry, I was looking at the Rockwall version that she just mentioned to me, but it's the same as the Llano County version. So, is there any debate on this item?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, in deference to my good friends in this room who think that this is a really good thing, I disagree wholeheartedly. This is one of those things that sounds like it's really, really good, but is actually really, really bad. And if I could just hit a couple of points. Has there ever been a precedent set to call for a convention to amend the Constitution, and then when you get there, you wad up the Constitution and throw it all in the trash and write a whole new Constitution? Yes, that is what our founding fathers did. We were operating under the Articles of Confederation. We sent people to Philadelphia to meet to say, okay, let's come up with some ideas on how to improve this, write those ideas down and send them to Congress in session so that that could be discussed. Well, they threw the whole thing in the trash and said, no, this is unsalvageable, let's write a whole new one. Then what ought to be really, really scary to people is, has there ever been a precedent set to unilaterally change the method of ratification of any changes to the Constitution or rewriting of the Constitution from our accepted standard? Yes, the Founding Fathers did that too under the Articles of Confederation, which was our Constitution at the time. The Articles of Confederation called for every state legislature to approve any change as well as the U.S. Congress. And so the delegates at the convention said, you know, we're getting a little pushback there. We probably ought to just make this, get 3/4 of the states and just have them come up with some, groups of people to get together and vote as to whether or not this is a good thing or not. So this sounds like a good thing. And there's nothing wrong with the Constitution. If the people in the state legislature, if the people in Washington, D.C. won't abide by our current Constitution, who's going to abide by it as amended, even if you come up with some good amendments? And there was a few years ago that Convention of States came up with a practice run of how this thing would work. all scripted by a convention of states people. There was supposed to be, I forget the number, 4 or 5 changes that they were proposing, and it came out with 7 or 8 because it just ran over and got out of control. Imagine that. Well, like I say, this sounds like a good thing, but it is really, really not. I implore my associates here on this committee to vote this down.
Thank you. We'll go to Hans, and then Rolando, then Henry Bonert, and then Peyton.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in favor because the Congress is, this is the beauty of this is you take Congress out of it, because the problem with Congress right now is they will not vote their own term limits. They'll vote the president term limits. They will not vote themselves term limits. The second one that is so critical is how many times have we tried to do some fiscal control? We have runaway budgets. Every president's done it, both Democrats and Republicans. It's not going to be solved in Congress. This puts the power back in the hands of the people in our state. Whatever they come up with will require 3/4. So only the big things that both Democrats and Republicans can agree on will get through. And right now, I think the 3 that they have proposed need to get through. And that's the only way it's going to happen. If we keep waiting for Congress to say that they're not going to have Pelosi, you know, until she's on life support, that's never going to happen.
All right, Rolando.
I don't like the idea of having an indefinite call. We don't know what the future holds, what the political balance of power will be 10, 20 years from now. If an Article 5 convention is really that important and it hasn't happened in, say, 5 or 10 years, then why shouldn't the legislature revisit this and renew the call? I don't like the idea of having an indefinite call. I have concerns about just the general idea of an Article 5 convention for many of the reasons that have already been stated. But I'm reluctant to include this as a priority because, one, I'm skeptical that it will ever happen. You know, the Convention of State Supporters have been telling us when we first adopted this as a priority 8 years ago that we're on the cusp of it. You know, we're just a few states away. That was 8 years ago. And 8 years from now, they'll be telling us we're just a few states away. And so whatever the merits of a Article 5 convention, I'm just not willing to spend a priority on this.
Henry Bonert.
Yes, one of the things that you just brought up there was that that this was supposed to be done in 10 years or something like that. Apparently, some of these people have not been to the state capitol to actually be involved in the political process. Very few things take place in just a matter of 1 or 2 sessions. It takes time to build coalitions, to build up this movement and that. I would remind people that the people in opposition to this, most of them have been in positions to be in the political process for 50-plus years. Convention of States was founded just a little over 10 short years ago, and we're building a coalition of support, which takes time, and this is the reason we're asking for this extension or the elimination of this. The sunset clause, actually. So what we're actually wanting to do is get the time to build these coalitions and that. We didn't get this way overnight. Our position that we are in has been taking place over at least 100 years. So we're trying to reverse something that has been taking place over time. We're not going to do it in just the flip of a switch. So I would say that I'm in support of what we have right now.
Peyton.
Thank you, sir. As was said, the current Constitution, it's been in effect for over 200 years, and it has served us well. And the problem isn't the Constitution changed, the problem is the people and their responsibility and their integrity have changed. The thought that people in Austin, for example, you know, as we heard earlier, I guess yesterday, someone testified that the House, for example, in Texas is going to pick 2 of the people who go for us. Now, you look at how the House performed in the last session, the political assault against our Attorney General, and how they behaved. Can you imagine them picking 2 people who would go to a convention and say they want term limits or to reduce spending? They don't do it here in Texas. Why would they go to the nation and do it there? It makes no sense. And if you're talking about pushing something off indefinitely, if you look at the poor performance of the people we have at the moment, how are you going to gamble that we'll have someone better in the future, so we'll just run it out until someone gets enough oomph to decide we're going to go down? You'll have no idea who may be going. And I have seen, I'll just tell you, when I was presidential elector in 2020, and we went down there, and we were convened for a single sole purpose. And yet, while we were there, someone raised a motion to bring up a different item. Of course, the objection went, someone immediately said, the people who argue for this convention said, well, they can only stick with the business they were sent for. Chair ruled, oh no, once convened, the committee can pick up anything it so chooses to do, regarded so it's charged. And then the group began to proceed to vote on something else that had nothing to do with our presidential nomination. And so the facts and the history are there that once you turn this thing loose, you do not have control over it. You do have, as has been said, well, ultimately you have to approve it. But you cannot control what they do. And to have then something that screwball possibly or very detrimental floating around there where when the powers that be in Austin or someplace else might change, and you could hang this nation. And so I think this is political suicide. I don't mean disrespect to anyone, but this is suicide for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other debate on this issue? Davis.
Respond to an item or two here. Term limits. Does everybody know that we had term limits already? We've already had term limits. The Founding Fathers didn't like it and didn't put it back in our second, now current Constitution. A few years ago, several years ago, we were close to having a call for a constitutional convention, and for whatever reason, Article 5 people fight you tooth and nail that this is not a constitutional convention. It is. But we had a call for, there was going to be a call for a balanced budget. Well, all the balanced budget would do would be to just legalize all the extra spending that's going on and just take out any of the 18 limits of what Congress could actually act on, just as long as you raise taxes to balance the budget. And the fact that Congress would be taken out of the picture and the states would be in control of this convention, farthest thing from the truth. Read Article 5. It says once the states have got enough people to call for a convention, then Congress shall make the call. The call is both a noun and a verb. They call it, schedule it, and then they set all the rules, regulations, codes, and ordinances as to how it's going to run. Not necessarily topics, but how the thing is going to work. This fact of, well, you still got to get 3/4 of the states to approve this. I've already addressed this. What they'll do is say the Founding Fathers changed the method of ratification on the fly. Let's make it a popular vote. And so that'll be the call of the day. And supposedly Hillary won in 2016 as far as popular vote. Supposedly Biden won in 2020 with the popular vote. You can see how that deal would work. But there's big money in this. The rich ruling class elite, New World Order, one world government people, billionaires, want this very much to get the Constitution out of the way. So they've renamed a constitutional convention and now call it an Article 5 Convention of States. So it sounds a little more palatable, but this is a constitutional convention, and the chances are 99.9 we'll lose the whole thing if we go this way.
Thank you. Henry Boner, and then and then Paul Yammer.
Okay, we're in a convention right now, and we have been going according to our agenda, what is proposed for this meeting. We're not taking up any rules issues. We're not taking up any kind of platform issues. We are taking up priority issues. That's all we're discussing. Anything else would be ruled, you would rule it out of order. The thing is, a convention is going to have its own rules. This is true. But the rules will be set by the convention once it convenes, not by Congress. Congress is not going to run the convention. It would be irrational for our founding fathers to have put two methods in the system in order for us to amend the Constitution to be controlled by the same people. What would we benefit from that system? The reason we have two different systems is because one system was for when the Congress needed more power, they requested the power through the states. When the states wanted to take power back or needed to take power back from the national, what we call Congress today, they envisioned the states would get together and take or pull back that power. That is the whole purpose of Article 5.
Thank you. Paul Yammer.
I would like to speak briefly in favor. I'm a 10th Amendment person. The states created the federal. This is how the states can re-exert that. We can talk about it indefinitely, but then I would call the question because it's a move on. Thank you.
All right. The question has been called. Is there any objection to moving to a vote? Seeing none, all in favor of adding this to our list, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right. I'll take a raise your hands vote. All in favor of adding this, please raise your hands. All right. All opposed? And that fails. I had 7 in favor, and how many against? 7. Yeah, there were a lot more than 7 against. But I mean, it was visually obvious, so I think we can not put a final count. Is there anything? Well, there's not really anything else in the Convention of States section, but is there anything else anyone would like to take up? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to energy, business, and commerce.
Oh, no. I wanted to do energy, business, and commerce.
Okay. Well, you'll have the first one then. So energy, business, and commerce, just kind of an explanation here. This is kind of where I put everything dealing with like so-called climate change, the energy industry, transportation, labor, anything like that. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have a point of information.
State your point.
I think you said it earlier and I missed it. There are some delegates wondering when the time will be for testimony. What was that time again?
So it's going to be after we get done with this first pass. So I was thinking probably, I think we're actually going a little bit quicker than I expected. So maybe it'll be around 10 o'clock. If we get to the end of our list in the next 40 minutes or so, if that goes on longer, it'll just be when we get to the end of this list, and then we'll take testimony for a while.
Thank you.
But we're 2/3 of the way through, so let's keep making good progress. Anyway, Janera, what was your motion?
Janera Lewis, SD 27, Cameron County, prohibit employee mandated compliance workplace policies with global initiatives such as healthcare, climate initiatives, and DEI.
All right, is there a second on that? Second. Seconded by Spencer Rolsma. And would you like to speak to it?
Right, we have the UN dictating to the United States what's to do to our employees, and even though it's not becoming federal law, the corporations and large business owners are forcing mandates of all kinds on our employees in Texas, and Texas can control this by not allowing it. It's simple, it's far more complex, but we're just telling the legislature what to do in general.
All right, is there any other debate on this? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, that is added to our list. Is there anything else that's... Paul Yamrick.
Paul Yamrick, SD 18. I'd like to add something called checks and balance. Power without constraint is tyranny. Modify Plank 21 to include all executive branch emergency orders, disasters or otherwise, to automatically trigger within 30 days a legislative session to concur, modify, or terminate the emergency order.
All right, can you email that to us?
Of course.
Thanks. And we'll come back to that once you do. And actually, there was something else that we were going to come back to. Let's go ahead and do that now. Julie Dahlberg's. So, Michael, I'm going to forward that to you. The motion is from Julie Dahlberg, and it is prohibit taxpayer funding to any entity that permits presentation or encouragement of sexuality, pornography, or transgender ideology to minor children. And I emailed it to you also. So, and it's seconded by Brady Gray. Yeah, we're going back to it because we deferred that one until Julie could send in the language. So, and I just opened my email and we have it. So, and then Paul will go to yours next. Once you email it to me.
I emailed it to you, Scott.
I don't have it yet. Oh, there it is. It came in quick thanks to our Patriot router. All right, is there any further discussion on the Stop Sexualizing Children item? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. It passes unanimously. All right, we'll now go to Paul Yamrick's language, which I will send to Michael. So check and balance, and power without constraint is tyranny. Modify Plank 21 to include all executive branch emergency powers, disasters or otherwise, to automatically trigger within 30 days a legislative session to concur, modify, or terminate all emergency orders. So can we just truncate that to say all executive branch emergency powers, disasters or otherwise, should automatically trigger within 30 days, like just so that we can change it to a legislative priority?
The friendly amendment, sure, Scott.
Okay. So yeah, I would just start with all. Will automatically trigger. All right. Is there any, the motion was made by Paul Yamrick. Is there a second? Second by Brett Rogers. Is there any further debate on this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. That passes. All right, back to our list in energy, business, and commerce. Is there anything else that, Brett Rogers?
Caldwell County, where it says ban kill switches and vehicles, remove toll road, that whole section.
Okay. So you want the entire section? All right. Okay, so this is a laundry list, but the motion has been made by Brett Rogers. Is there a second? A second by Spencer Brolsma. Is there any debate on this item?
Can I speak to it?
Sure.
So if I could go down through what's in here, there's a big assault coming to Texas from the federal government to try to stop us from being able to travel at will, from being able to make our own decisions for ourselves. the ban kill switches in vehicles, this was an opportunity that didn't happen. We had the opportunity to stop this during the 88th legislature. We did not. Kill switches are now possible, if not probable, in 2026. Anyway, that needs to be completely banned in Texas. Removing the toll road when the toll road is paid for, that just goes without saying. Opposing the climate mandates that restrict transportation. There are a number of those taking place throughout Texas, especially in urban areas where they're trying to limit the traffic. So, for example, you live in Houston, yes? So can you imagine if all of a sudden they made all the speed limits 20 miles an hour?
They already did that. It's a 65-mile-per-hour limit, but that already exists in Harris County and all the surrounding counties.
Right, but there's
and
things
it's
that they're
terrible.
doing that are trying to make it so that they can make up any speed limit that they want to stop you from doing that. Also, protecting Texans from road diets, to shrink the number of lanes, same thing. And then the last one is giving vehicles owners rights to repair. For example, the John Deere Corporation made it so that farmers couldn't repair their own tractors in the field, and they had to go to specific folks that were certified by John Deere. Anyway, the same thing with this is your vehicle, the car manufacturers could make it so that you have to go to somebody certified and couldn't go to your own mechanic or anybody else, and make it so that you have to go through them. So anyway, for all of these things, we need the right to repair, we need the right to travel, we need the right to be able to do what we choose to do on Texas roads. That's a very Texas thing. So even though you call it a laundry list, I call this freedom.
All right, Rolando.
There's a list of 5 policy items that are only tenuously connected to each other. It's like, well, we'll have a priority called transportation and just throw in everything that might be somewhat related to transportation. This is, I mean, is there 1 or 2 that could be picked out of this that are particularly important? Because this is 5 priorities.
Yes. It's working.
Yeah,
There you go.
I agree with the sentiment of kill switch all of my cars, and I don't ban the cars are not stolen.
You try using the other mic. Is it off again? Yeah. The wireless mic. Don't use the wireless mics if you can avoid it. Use the ones that are wired in.
Did everybody hear my comment?
No, you need to do it again.
Yeah, so I agree with the sentiment of the what he said, but I have kill switches in all my cars to prevent them from being stolen that were printed in by a manufacturer, and I don't want those to be included in any bill or any thought about putting the bill in or anything. I think we need to maybe retweak that language, that somehow, some way, it's a great anti-theft device, and I recommend them for everybody.
All right, Janera and then Davis.
Okay. Thank you. Janera Lewis, SD 27. I agree. Thank you for your update on the kill switches. I do agree that the kill switches can be an issue because this is giving the government also, that's what he's addressing, the ability to kill our cars for us. But I understand his wish list, so maybe kill switches should be optional. So have the option to ban kill switches. Ban kill switches optionally. The other stuff, although I love it, it's too much. We do need to limit these and keep them concise. Anyway, that's all.
Mr. Chairman?
Peyton.
You could put the word ban mandated kill switches, so put mandated between ban and kill. Would that do it?
Yeah.
All right. So I'll go to Davis, and then I have a motion I want to make. But go ahead.
Yeah, we are under an all-out frontal assault on our transportation freedom here, and so these things might seem distant and only mildly related to one another, but no, these are all real things. I just read an article the other day that said that Texas has created more toll roads than the whole rest of the nation in the last couple of years. And then I was watching the news the other day, People's Republic of Austin channel, and they were just bragging about the next phase, about how they're going to shut down some roads and turn them into hike and bike trails all across central Austin there. So there won't be any car transportation anymore on those areas, but they're not building any more highways there. But, this kill switch stuff, well, Davis has a Buick with a 455 cubic inch engine in it. And by golly, you just burned too much gasoline last month, so we're shutting you down. That kill switch, boom, no more driving that car around. There's all kinds of things in here that need to be taken head on, that need to be in one item and not subdivide. We're burning too many good opportunities here by not combining things that really should be combined, and this is one of those areas.
Chrissy Ratliff.
I'd like to propose an amendment to take the sentence in the middle that says opposing climate mandates that restrict transportation, take everything else out, and then just add or ban climate mandates that restrict transportation unless alternative solutions are also included that address the results of the restrictions.
Okay.
Ban climate mandates that restrict transportation unless there is also a solution provided to address the negative impact of the restrictions.
Okay, is there a second? I don't see a second on that amendment. I'd like to propose an amendment, actually. And it's kind of similar to that. I think it may achieve something kind of similar to that. But basically, I would say oppose climate mandates on vehicles intended to restrict transportation, which would include kill switches in vehicles, road diets, and restrictions on the right to repair. All one sentence. Do you get that? And restrictions on the right to repair. We're still going to have to workshop it a little bit because I don't think we can have a priority that really starts with the word oppose. Like, it really needs to promote legislation. So there might be some more changes that we need to make there, but I think this will get us there for now. Is there a second on this?
Second.
All right. Who got it first? All right. Seconded by Janera Lewis. And is there any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to say something.
Go ahead.
All this stuff is based on the climate change hoax, and you can talk about specifics like transportation and other things, but really the issue is to oppose climate mandates. And you can use that as a single priority that covers a lot of different issues.
So I agree with what you're saying. The problem, and I think we're going to run into this time and again, is that sometimes when you make things less specific and more general, it introduces wiggle room into the priority. Because if someone who has never seen these committee discussions before just sees a priority that says ban climate mandates, then that's not really going to give that, like say a legislator sees that, that's not going to really give them a whole lot of specificity on what it is we actually want. If we came into this wanting to ban climate mandates on transportation, which include this and this and this, that gives them good instruction for what kind of bill we're hoping they come up with. Whereas if we just say ban climate mandates, I mean, that could be anything. That could be climate mandates on buildings. That could be climate mandates on manufacturing, on farming, which are all things that we don't want. But if transportation's really concerned, what we're concerned about, then that's something we need to tell them so that they can attack it head on. Because again, we're trying to create priorities, not a platform. So that's just kind of my thought there. But and this would become the entire language of the section under my amendment. So is there any further debate on this? All right, Julie. Yeah. Yeah, so Michael, just to make sure we understand, we would remove everything else from the, yeah. So you should probably highlight that in red so that that's clear. All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of this amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, that passes. Any further discussion on the overall plank or priority? Robert.
Robert Gray, SD6. I'm just speaking against the motion. I read all these things, and I just don't personally. I just don't see this making it into the top 15. We haven't had any testimony on this from anybody so far. Obviously, reserving the right for someone to testify on this. But I think, generally speaking, I think to waste a legislative priority on something as specific as mandates on transportation, I think that kind of goes against what we're trying to do just as an LP committee. So I'll be voting against it.
Thanks. Any other discussion? Henry Bonert.
On the last part of that thing where you're saying the right to repair, maybe we ought to say what we're talking about there. We talking about repairing automobiles. We talking about repairing the road, or which?
I think that's wordsmithing. But Brett, if you'd like to speak to that.
Yeah, right to repair is recognized in the automobile and vehicle industry as the right to repair a vehicle, not about the roads itself. So anyway, that's just right. By the way, Terry Hall is the expert on all of this, and she would tell you how overwhelming and drastic this is going to be if this stuff makes it into law. So where was it Gray? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, where you had said that you were concerned that maybe this was trivial, your ability to drive isn't trivial.
Spencer Brolsma.
Can I wordsmith just very briefly? Maybe we won't have to come back to this one. So to clarify, if we could just put the section that's crossed out at the bottom where it says protect vehicles owners' rights to repair, we could just put vehicles owners' right to repair right there with what we have.
Restriction.
Just to clarify it.
If you don't mind, could we take out the word vehicles there and say the owner's right to repair vehicles and equipment? Because that would include tractors and things like that. Boats. All right, any further discussion on, is there no objection to that change? All right, seeing none, any further discussion on this item? Go ahead.
Real quick. It's all transportation based, but I'm fine with leaving it at right. Oh, sorry. I'm fine with leaving it as just right to repair, because that extends to computers and other, like, it's your property. You have a right to fix it without being restricted from doing so. I'm fine with leaving it to vehicles and equipment because it's specific to transportation in this, but I'm not going to argue for against the ambiguity of right to repair. It's a good policy, just flat out.
Thanks. Any further input? Seeing none, all in favor of this item say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, that passes. All right, anything else in the energy, business, and commerce section? Paul? Oh, he's saying no after all. Okay. Julie Dahlberg.
the item from Bell County about banning all forms of weather modification and the very long list of all of those examples, I don't think those are separate items. It's just a lot of examples of what's happening and what should be restricted.
All right, a motion has been made to take up the weather modification item. Is there a second? Second. All right, seconded by Debbie Duke. And would you like to speak to this? All right, is there any other debate on this? Robert and then Davis.
Robert Gray, SD6. I think the issue with this particular priority is that it gets too much into the weeds from a scientific point of view. I think a lot of what I'm seeing here, I think it's just a lot of language that I think a lot of our delegates may not understand in terms of what the intention of this particular priority would look like. I also kind of just speaking in terms of just, trying to streamline the process. I think something like this probably, in my view, probably would not make it into the top 15 as well. So for purposes of that, I'll be voting against.
All right, Davis Ford.
Yeah, I just thought since I'm from Bell County,
Closer.
Since I'm from Bell County, even when I saw this come up in our platform works, I thought, yeah, this is just a bridge too far. I have a degree in engineering, and I'm going, yeah, I know what all this means, what it's all saying, but who else is going to understand this? It's too much, and we have more important fish to fry.
All right, is there any other debate on this item? Seeing none, we'll move into a vote. All in favor of taking up this item, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, the nays have it. Is there any further items in energy, business, and commerce? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to local and state agencies and state military. We kind of got a lot that were, go ahead.
Are we doing the local and state?
Well, I'm just going to explain a little bit. We got a lot of submissions that were kind of related to the, not Defend the Guard, but other state guard related things, and then also Texas Workforce Administration, Department of Labor. So I just kind of put all of those in a section, just anything having to do with state agencies and local agencies. So if something's missing from somewhere else, it might be in here. Anyway, go ahead with your motion.
I'd like to make a motion to add fiscal constraint, name it that. All municipalities and counties must follow the same fiscal rules and standards as set out in statute the state must follow. I can send that to you. It's something.
Okay, yeah, please send that to us.
And the economist Vance mentioned as well. I think it's a big problem we have at the city and municipal level.
You need to speak in the microphone.
Okay, sorry. Not everybody knows about general bonds, general obligation bonds. Our cities and counties are deeply in debt. The state is not. We have some good restraints. We could be better, but the cities and municipalities do not. So that's why I've titled it Fiscal Constraint, and I'll send it to you.
Thank you. Yes.
If I might continue, then we also are a limited government organization, and if we don't feed the beast, it doesn't get bigger.
Thank you.
Just point of inquiry for the author. Go bonds, are those approved by citizens? Sorry, that was a question. Are go bonds, do they go to the citizens for a vote? Yeah, do go bonds go to the citizens for a vote? General obligation. Do they go to the citizens?
Microphone. Everybody, microphone.
The answer is no, right?
Right.
Then I second the motion.
Thank you. And there is a bond review board by the state, and there's constraints. So, thank you.
All right, Dan Tully.
general obligation bonds are not approved by the citizens. They're approved only by the councils that are involved in, that have the legal authority to issue them. I did that when I was on city council in my own little community. So, and it's a money deal. When they put a bond before the public and it doesn't pass, they'll figure out a way to go use general obligation bonds to do the same thing.
Ron Emmons. Loretta Emmons, sorry.
That's correct. In Chambers County, we just passed $350 million to build a jail with no vote from the citizens.
Okay, I'm going to make a suggestion here. We do have we have the language in from Paul, but this is one where I'd like to make a suggestion. Sorry, I'll wait for them to. He did, yeah. I sent it to you, Michael. Paul, would you, in order to tighten this up into a legislative priority, would you object to changing this sum so that it refers specifically to general obligation bonds by municipalities?
Let me think about it. My first reaction is our delegates are going to be voting on this. And I'm just guessing a large majority don't know what a general obligation bond is. So I'm keeping it more general. They just know that the cities and municipalities are unconstrained fiscally.
So what I would recommend there is instead of because also legislators need to be able to use this. And so we could include an explanatory note that says that municipalities and counties should no longer be allowed to issue bonds without voter approval. How's that?
Friendly amendment. I love it. I'm in agreement with that. I'm just worried about the delegates understanding it all, but it's a clarification. That's good. Thank you.
Yeah, because I mean, that kind of implies, as you read it, right now they're doing this, which is true. Don.
I was just going to say, call the question. I'm ready to vote.
Okay. All right. Let's we'll get there. But let's get the language up there first. So I think the language I mentioned was.
My bad. I thought it was.
Yeah. Counties and municipalities will or should no longer be allowed to issue bonds without voter approval. Perfect? Oh.
It's not just general obligation bonds that are constrained. Spending is constrained as well. And revenue, at the state level. I'm just equating the state rules to the subdivision rules.
Well, municipalities can't. I mean, they can't operate with deficits right now. I mean, they can't. If you ban them from borrowing money, then unless they have voter approval, then that takes care of it, right? Dan.
Part of it.
I put my council hat back on since I had to deal with this a whole lot a long time ago.
Yeah, you need to speak into the microphone.
The general obligation bonds have a place in government from the standpoint, if you have a municipal deal that something breaks down, an emergency or whatever, and you don't have that instant capital cost saved somewhere to be able to replace it until other things you can do it with a general obligation bond. It's just like they'll use general obligation bonds to fix a bridge that failed or something like that, that they will take it quickly and can do it without the voter approval. The issue is you have two types of cities in the state of Texas. You have home rule cities and general law cities. And the way the state legislature runs now, if you are a home rule city, you get to do whatever you want unless the legislature says you can't do it. The general law cities can only do what the legislature say you can do. And potentially with what you can do with this, it is a privilege to be a general law city. It is not a requirement. It is a ask of the legislature to grant you that privilege of being a home rule city. You have to come up with a charter and how you're going to run that particular group. In doing so, we may want to look at a way to when you have out-of-control governments, and this is where there's going to be a tremendous pushback because you're getting into their backyard, simply take away their charter and let it be let them be a general law city for a little while. You'll get rid of all the planning and zoning folks. You'll get rid of a whole lot of things within the government real quick because small communities don't have that. So getting down into it, general obligation bonds, if you have revenue streams coming in, and this goes back to a lot of the MUDs have the ability to do general obligation bonds and don't have to go ask for any permission anywhere. We've got, unfortunately, a whole cadre of alphabet soup entities that have this authority. And we need to figure out some way there's times when they need it, and there's times when they abuse it. And I think what you're after is to try to figure out a way to stop the abuse of it. And what that real language is, I don't personally know, but I know that it's two different things. It is a good thing for governments to have that instant ability to go grab the money they need to be able to do something. But if it's just to circumvent the taxpayers and all, that needs to be stopped in some way, shape, or form.
Jeff Russell.
Yeah, I would agree with the more general rule of just requiring taxpayer vote. You know, we have the whole idea of certificates of obligation, and we've seen in my community, we've seen both city and county use that as a way, you know, and certificates of obligation, these general obligation without taxpayer vote, you know, a lot of that came into legislation after Hurricane Hugo hit Houston, and they did need the ability to do things quickly. But we've seen communities across the state just abuse that, and our debt levels are exploding. In Odessa, we've had that used, declared emergencies. Oh, we got to rebuild the water treatment plant, and then we've seen tens of millions of dollars set in the bank for years, unspent. Same thing with the county. We have counties, you know, issued $30 million to take care of this emergency at our juvenile detention center. That was 4 years ago. None of that money has been spent yet. I mean, we just need to stop it, and unfortunately, you know, we've talked about maybe language of where, unless it was a declared emergency, and then we get into the deal of who declares the emergency, and all those things. But you know, it seems to me best. I'm very much in favor of just requiring voter approval.
Would you put the original motion that I made up?
Yeah.
And not the amended, please? Thank you. Or modify it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, okay. So I'd like to make a motion to amend it to that language. So is there a second on that?
Second.
All right. Seconded by Michael Salvo. It is. Huh? Yeah. Can you expand those out
Thank you.
so that everyone can read them? Yeah. Yeah. Just zoom in. There you go. Yeah, and just the reason for that is, again, if you're trying to get a bill passed, that is a much more finite thing than municipalities following the same fiscal rules and standards that the state must follow, because the state has tons of fiscal requirements. There are tons of things the state does that municipalities would never be expected to do. And then there are also things that municipalities do that the state doesn't do. And then there are some things that the state does for municipalities. For instance, Houston has a firefighter pension that is actually run by the state. But the city pays into it, and it's an obligation on the city. And so it's strange seeing sometimes where the lines are and things like that. And I know we're all envisioning kind of our local cities and local councils and these small towns that a lot of us live in, but when you're trying to apply one rule across an entire state, then there's complexity that comes with that that I think would make something like this hard. However, not issuing bonds without voter approval, I think that's something everybody can get behind. It does a lot of what you're trying to achieve already in one big bite. And then my answer to the issue about immediate needs is local governments should have rainy day funds. They should do that as a matter of prudence. They should save money that they collect from the taxpayers to some extent, keep it invested in something low risk so they have a little bit of return on it. And then when the bridge collapses, they've got a lot of money that they can take and start spending it to fix it. And if they're not doing that already, then they're not being responsible. I mean, my local school district does that, and we use it for things like that. Or we have a roof that has to be repaired, and so we fund it out of there and then get paid back by insurance later. So I think this is a very, it's probably not simple, but it's a very finite change that could be done in one session, I would imagine. So anyway, that's my pitch for this language. But does anyone else have any debate? Don.
Well, there was a time before go bonds, and we used to very prudently look at our city administrators to plan and do just as you say. And the privilege has been abused. I mean, the bond lawyer class in Texas has just really bankrupted our municipal governments, whether they're doing it for the city of Houston or the county. And it's not so much the well-run cities or the conservative cities, it's the liberal cities that have abused these privileges. And we can plan around that as conservatives fiscally. We can do as you say, and you know, I'm supportive of, you know, every bond needs a vote by the, you know, the that's put, you know, that's enacted by a municipality of any sort.
All right, any other discussion? All right, seems like we're ready for a vote. All in favor of the amended language, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, the amended language passes. And is there any further discussion on the underlying item? Seeing none, all in favor of adding this to the list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. And that passes as well. So back to the local and state agencies section. Is there any other item that anyone would like to take up from here?
Janera Lewis, SD 27.
Yes.
It's the Cameron County one, requires state and county, but I want to modify it.
Okay.
That one. And I want to modify it to require state, county, and local governments to provide a fiscal impact statement, short, medium, and long term, for all spending 1% or greater of the body's annual budget to the public.
All right, so it's everything through
Okay, it's
budget
everything,
and then to the public.
and then cut off all interlocal and federal, because it all covers that.
All right, is there a second? Seconded by Spencer Brolsma. Is there any discussion?
Can I speak to it?
Sure.
Right, so what you have is people are voting on items and they don't know what the long, short, and medium impact is. So they say, sure, we need these roads or this building, but they don't realize that's going to cost them maintenance, all kinds of stuff for 20, 30, 50 years. So I just like to see this.
All right, is there any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll move into a vote. All in favor of adding this to the list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Okay, we're going to do hands. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? All right, I have 11-11, which does fail. So, as a tie vote, that fails. So, any other items from the local and state agencies section? All right, moving on. Defend gun rights.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I jumped the gun, I apologize. I'd
Go
like
ahead.
to move that we adopt the Denton County position as expressed on personal right to defend ourselves.
Okay. So recognize that it is the right of every person. Okay, so could we say recognize that it is the right of every person to defend himself and or his or her neighbor by fully extending qualified immunity? Are you fine with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's a motion. Is there a second? All right, seconded by Henry Bonert.
May I speak to the motion?
Sure.
All right. If you watch what happened to Kyle Rittenhouse, or let me back up. Our last legislature, the one before last, they expanded our rights to carry weapons, but they did nothing to protect you if you happen to be caught in the unfortunate situation to use it. And if you look at what happened to Kyle Rittenhouse, under the similar statutes in Texas, if you do, unless you've got his money or someone comes by like they did and does a GoFundMe and can raise a couple $1 million, under the current Texas statutes, particularly happens in Austin or San Antonio, you go to jail no matter what, or no matter how good your cause is. And so the ability for us to defend ourselves and the right to do that, as well as our community under civil disruption or destruction, we need the ability to do that. And so that's what this is about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, go ahead.
I'm just confused. I don't. This is positing that the right to self-defense is not already a defense to prosecution for the use of a firearm, because that's already in code. So I'm trying to understand where the lack is in the current law, because the right to self-defense is an exception, is a defense under the law for and defense of others is already a defense on this. So where exactly is this the case?
Actually, it's not. In your home, in your castle, you have pretty good rights, and in your car. But you look at what's happened even to police officers in Austin and Dallas during the riots for simple little things like, people. In the last riots in Dallas, they were burning cars and smashing in buildings, and a policeman happened to shoot a rubber bullet and it hit some guy and he got wounded. Not only is he being sued, but the city, the DA, though the grand jury would not indict, the DA filed criminal charges and is trying to put him in jail. Same thing with the guy that Abbott just had to pardon. That man, someone pulls a gun on him at an Antifa rally, pointed a gun at him, and he pulled a gun and shot the man dead, but he went, protecting himself, he went to jail. And Abbott had to set him free. And so the statutes do not provide virtually any protection at all if you're anywhere other than your house or your car.
I mean, that's just what the jury found in that case, and what was found in those cases was that they determined that they were not acting in self-defense. Maybe they did so wrongly and incorrectly, but one or two cases where people are found where the court finds that someone was not acting in self-defense does not mean that self-defense is not a right that you have. It is an exception to it is a defense that you can raise in court on that. Whether or not a court finds that that's what you actually did is a different question. Again, as Governor Abbott showed with the pardon, that case was decided incorrectly, but it doesn't mean that that's not a defense to the use of a firearm. It just means that in some cases a court can find that it's not a defense that you raised successfully. Those are two different things.
All right, is there any further discussion on this item? All right, we'll move into a vote. All in favor, and it is the entire text, not just the highlighted area. The highlighted area just, that just shows kind of where we made an initial change. But all in favor of adopting this item, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. Okay, we're going to do vote by hands. All in favor of adopting this item, raise your hand. All right, all opposed? All right, I had 19 to 6. So that does pass. Any other items from the defend gun rights section?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the Bayer SD 26 language at the top of that. It's a little lengthy, and we can, I don't know if you want to shorten it now, we can shorten it later, but essentially covering red flag laws and elimination of gun-free zones.
All right, that has been moved by Brady Gray, seconded by Julie Dahlberg. Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing none, all in favor of including this, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. That passes. Any other items from the defend gun rights section? All right, we will move on to family law reform and equal parenting.
Chair?
Yeah,
Chair?
Sorry.
Chair?
Go ahead.
Over here.
Yes.
You were going to break at 10?
Yeah, that's a good point. Is there any objection to taking a 15-minute recess? Hearing none, we will be back at 10:25. It needs to be a 15-minute recess. It can't be like we start wandering in after 15 minutes.
If they take a bathroom break, they can just go, but let's keep going.
Okay.
I'd move for a shorter than 15.
Okay, a 10-minute recess? Okay. All right, without objection, we will take a 10-minute recess. That means be back at 10:20. We're going to get started again. And you snooze, you lose.
legislative priority to abolish abortion that was passed by Liberty, Fannin, Bell, Harris, and Comal counties in its entirety.
All right. That has been moved by Johann Gervais, seconded by Michael Salvo. And is there any discussion on this item?
Yes, I would like.
Rolando.
I would like to amend it. Is it, where is it? Okay. I would like to remove everything after fertilization. Well, actually, no, remove everything after fertilization up to and to adopt effective tools.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, seconded by Brady Gray. And can you speak to the motion?
I do have concerns about the equal protection language. I don't like the idea of subjecting mothers to homicide charges, but, you know, given the sentiment of the committee, you know, I can live with that. However, what I don't want is for us to have, if we adopt the language as is, it's not just supporting the abolition of abortion and supporting the goal of equal protection. You are opposing any pro-life measure that does not do that. And I think that is an awful position for the Republican Party of Texas to be in. We have to oppose measures to restrict the sale and distribution of abortion pills. We have to oppose measures that would actually reduce the number of abortions. Like I said, despite my reservations about the equal protection language, you know, I can live with that, but I really do not want us to be in a position of opposing all of these pro-life bills.
Is there any other discussion? Julie Dahlberg.
I'd like to speak against this amendment because what this is saying is to oppose supposed pro-life legislation that does discriminate against preborn children and so on. And I would like it to remain intact the way it was written.
Is there any other discussion? I thought I saw another hand go up. Dr. Malati.
I'm just not sure if this is a discussion for this or just in general. I'm not sure if this is appropriate in this because he's amending this versus the general statement. I just had a question about, is there anything in here that we need to put about protecting the life of the mother?
I think if you have language that you'd like to amend, then you can propose that. Johan.
I'm definitely against this amendment. This is very specifically and carefully worded. We don't want to keep on regulating abortion forever as if it is health care. We're sending a to-do list to our legislators. And if you give them two options, and one of them is going to require hard work and sacrifice and fighting, and the other one is easier, then you might as well only be sending them the easy one. They're always going to take the easier one out. So we want to stand up for preborn children. We want our legislators to have a clear mandate from our party that we do not want to compromise on this issue anymore. We want them to abolish abortion and provide equal protection for children. We don't want them to use preborn babies as political leverage to keep passing little bills that they can fundraise off of that do not provide equal protection. We don't want discrimination against preborn children as to where certain people are still allowed to murder them.
Okay,
So I'm against this amendment. I believe that the language should remain intact.
All right, so I'll just ask a question. In your view, if we so let's say we had this priority in place a few years ago with the language that you don't want removed, would this priority have opposed the Roe versus Wade trigger law? Yes. Can you answer that?
I don't know for sure whether it would have opposed it. I do not have a clear answer for that.
Are you opposed to it?
I think that the action that we need to take is in the language before us. I think that that is the strong position, that is the uncompromising position that can provide effective protection for preborn children. If you keep writing out exceptions to try to make it more palatable, you end up discriminating against certain children that are under a certain age, or someone can get at them from a different angle, and I think that we should just keep our language intact.
Okay. What about you, Julie? Do you if we kept this language in here, would you see this as us opposing the Roe versus Wade trigger law?
As I understand with the trigger law, then it reverted back to what was on the books already. Do I understand that correctly?
I believe so, yes. No. The trigger law was a new abortion ban that took effect once Roe versus Wade was repealed.
And then what happened after that, as far as what's in statute?
So what happened after that? What happened after that is that abortion is banned. So, and that is the law right now. So are you? So would this have us oppose that?
Well, at that time, then it didn't make any clarifications on the chemical abortions, then, right? Because that wasn't covered. So, okay, abortion's banned, but what abortion? And this is still going on.
No, chemical abortion is banned.
So abortion is absolutely not banned in Texas right now. There is a specific exemption in our Texas Penal Code on murder that allows abortive mothers to murder their children without consequences.
Okay.
That's what this is addressing. So we have a ban, but it doesn't actually ban abortion.
Okay, so you're zeroing in on the problem, which is that if you talk to any legislator, they will tell you abortion is banned in Texas. And they don't understand what still exists that allows for it. And so my recommendation here is that we write a priority that zeroes in on what is not still banned and addresses it directly. So instead of having a very broad priority that doesn't actually give them any instructions about what needs to change, we need to tell them what we want them to change. And I'll let Peyton speak.
Mr. Speaker, Chairman, excuse me. If you look at the language from Denton County down, this is the last paragraph under this section, I think you just said it addressing what the real problem is. And it says ban the advertisement and or sale of abortion modifications in and or in the receipt of same in Texas, and recognized by statute that the right to life, and recognized by statute the right to life from the moment of fertilization. You could either pick that up instead or incorporate that in the other, but I think that addresses what you're talking about.
Okay, so do you want to make a motion to substitute? Well, we need to deal with Rolando's motion first, and then we can go there. So is there any more debate on Rolando's motion?
I'm
sorry, Jeff. I'll let you go first, and then we'll go to Rolando, because you've been waiting to talk.
My question here is on the phrase equal protection being used in the priority itself, because the discussion has all been around how that impacts the murder exception. If we want to address the murder exception, I would prefer that we address the murder exception directly, because the phrase equal protection here opens up a couple of other doors that haven't been talked about. And one of those is negligent homicide, or negligent manslaughter, right? The question was asked of one of the public testimony folks, what do you think about miscarriages? He said miscarriages are natural death. That is not necessarily the case under this provision, because if you're talking about negligent manslaughter, that says you engage in any reckless behavior that ends up in the death of another human being. So this would mean that any miscarriage would need to be investigated. If there's not an exception for that, then any miscarriage would need to be investigated for potential reckless behavior that could have led to the miscarriage as a form of manslaughter, right? So I'm just saying that, like, doing it as a broad, if we're talking about the murder exception, we need to talk about the murder exception. If we're talking about a broad category of equal protection, it does open up other avenues that have not been brought up or discussed. That's all I'm saying here.
Yep. Thank you. We'll go to Rolando and then Hans.
By keeping this language in, I want to make sure everyone understands. By keeping this language in, it says the Republican Party of Texas opposes any measure, any abortion or pro-life related measure that does not entail homicide charges for the mother. Let's be clear. I just want everyone to understand, some may be new to the abortion debate. That is what equal protection means. Homicide charges for the mother. I don't like that language. I can live with keeping it in. What I cannot support is saying that we will oppose the trigger bill. This would oppose the trigger bill, and the abolitionists opposed the trigger bill when it was passed, okay? They would oppose the trigger bill. They would have opposed every bill that did not entail homicide charges for the mother.
Hans.
I'd like to call the question, and the reason is, historically, every time we bring this up at every legislative priorities, we have hours of discussion. It's come time to call it, let's just vote on it, and then later, if it pops up to the top 15, then we can go more into detail. But at this point, I think it's premature. We should just vote on the motion. Call the question.
Okay, let's go to it, because I don't think there's any more discussion on Rolando's amendment. So let's go ahead and take a vote on that. Is there any? Okay, we don't need to call the question if there's no other debate. So we'll go ahead and have that vote. All in favor of Rolando's amendment to remove the language in red, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, the ayes have it. And then Peyton did. Okay, we'll call division. All in favor of the language in red, please raise your hands.
In favor of removing?
Removing the language in red, yes. All right, all opposed? At 17 to 10?
I didn't see some of the hands because they only held them up like this.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to do it one more time. All in favor of removing the language, raise your hand very high. All opposed? Yep. Okay, so by a vote of 16 to 10, that passes. Peyton, did you want to make your amendment?
Yes. I'd like to, actually, I would move to substitute the language in this one completely with the language from Denton County, because I think it actually addresses the problem, but not only it addresses what's allowing abortion to continue to come into Texas, but it also states that we're going to recognize life from inception, which means that if you are a living person at that stage, you are entitled to all the defense that anybody else would have.
All right, so motion has been made to substitute the Denton County language, which you can see on the screen, for the language that's currently being discussed. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, that has been seconded by Rolando Garcia. Peyton, do you want to speak for that?
Yep. Okay, thank you. Again, The issue that's allowing abortion to continue in this state is the fact that people can buy these medications and have it shipped to them here, and they do it themselves. And so, I always like to go to the heart of the matter, and this stops that, as well as, again, it recognizes that someone is a person and entitled to life under our Constitution from the moment of fertilization. And that would then pick up some of the rights that some people have expressed or concerns that the unborn don't have. I think this addresses both. Thank you.
All right, Spencer, and then Johan.
So I'm mildly speaking against it just because I like the language in the Texas Right to Life priority better that they handed us yesterday. And so I would actually like to substitute that for the Denton County language.
Okay. Can someone bring me a copy of that? Or Michael, do you have one? Yeah, I don't have it either. Again, they brought it to all of y'all and didn't bring it to me. All right, so could you put this below so we can see both of them side by side? And since this is an amendment to an amendment, we'll have to deal with this before we go into workshopping any further. So, and Johan, I'll go ahead and let you talk while we're working on getting this on screen.
What am I talking on? Where are we?
This was the original amendment. Normally I wouldn't do that, but since we're still working on typing.
So this is the amendment to substitute the Denton County amendment for the equal protection language that was left after it was amended?
Yeah.
Okay. If you ban the, wait, hold on. So that's the Denton County language? Abortion medications. If you ban the abortion pills that are being used to facilitate some of the abortions still going on in Texas, that will not end abortion. We have bans on all sorts of illegal drugs that are all over our streets, that are absolutely running rampant. That is not going to solve the problem. The fundamental problem that we have in Texas is that our laws on murder have a gigantic hole in them which allows mothers to murder their own preborn children without consequences. They are specifically exempted from the laws of murder. Our laws say that it's illegal to murder an individual, and our laws define an individual as including a preborn child from the moment of fertilization until birth. So they are recognized as persons, and then our law goes on to say that mothers essentially have a license to kill their kids legally without consequences. That is the fundamental issue that we're trying to address with equal protection. It's not just stopping the pills, that's great, but the fundamental issue that we have is that Texas law has this carve-out that gives mothers a license to murder, and that was put in place to accommodate the Supreme Court ruling of Roe v. Wade. That is gone. That is out of the way. That is not an excuse anymore. We can tackle this and we can provide equal protection, so I'm against this amendment, and I would like to see the original language of the resolution to abolish abortion be restored.
All right, so going back to the amendment, we'll deal with that first, and then we'll come back to that issue. So we're looking at the yellow language versus the red language. Does someone want to speak on that particular replacement? I know Peyton and Spencer. Spencer, do you want to speak for it? What you see is kind of the advantage of this language?
Actually, based off of what Johan said, can we leave the language up there and I'll just take it up separately after this, and so I won't substitute?
Okay. We still have the motion, but would you like, so are you trying to make two separate priorities?
Yeah, I'll withdraw my motion, just asking to leave the language up there so we can take it up at a later time.
Okay. So we'll go back then to the Denton County vote. To substitute the Denton County language for the Liberty Fan and et cetera. And I know Peyton has his hand raised on that, and then we'll go to Julie.
All right. I fully respect and appreciate what's being said about how this issue of murder, The challenge, unfortunately, that we have in Texas is that we can specifically say this is murder, but it won't have any bearing if someone leaves the state to do this, and other states allow it. And so we can call it murder in Texas and make it very, very, like you says, but you're still not going to stop it. The most effective thing we can do is to quit advertising those things in Texas, so there can be no advertisement, no marketing, and no delivery. That is the most effective thing we can do at this point in time. But we can't stop other states or someone who travels to another state.
Julie.
I'm against this amendment, replacing the wording, and I would like for it to remain as it was, as it was originally written. These are great things, and yes, the stopping the abortion pills is a great thing to take up separately, but if we're serious that we want to protect the children, then we need to really show that we want to equally protect babies in the womb just as we would protect one another. And we have laws on that. There is a carve-out. That is what needs to be repealed. Maybe that's a better wording, is to repeal that carve-out within the murder laws, the homicide laws. And we're talking about, with your point, that what we're talking about is a homicide charge for the mother. That's only if she intentionally and premeditatedly murders her child. Where the child is, inside mom, outside mom, we wouldn't tolerate it if a mom killed her child at 3 days old. We shouldn't tolerate it. We shouldn't kill children. We shouldn't tolerate the killing of children. They should be protected equally, as we all are. So I'm against this amendment to change the original wording for the equal protection priority.
All right, is there any further discussion?
What are we debating?
We are debating whether to replace the original, like the amended language with the Denton County medication, abortion medication language.
Okay. Okay, well, I will speak against replacing. I do want, I'll agree with Spencer. I want to bring up the language later, and the right to life language, but I don't want to replace. My preference would be to merge them. I understand there are those in committee that will accept nothing less than homicide charges. Ideally, I would like to merge these things into one priority, and that's what I would like to do. I don't want to replace it, but I would vote no on replacing, but I would like Spencer to bring up the language after this.
Okay. Teresa, any further?
Yes, I think that maybe we could try to bring down the temperature. The word murder is inflammatory. The reason that I am getting involved in this is because I hear about the many abortions through the pill that is being put upon our minors. They are not going to be charged with murder, not when others are coercing them into this and giving them, quote, options, not when they're being educated in the schools to completely be the opposite, it's their body. They're not receiving the proper education. I think the word murder is a catch-all versus the many things that need to be done with minors on educating them about the death of a child. So I think the word murder is changing the whole dynamics. After the trigger bill was passed, over and over again, the grassroots were saying that abolish abortion was the reason that we got as far as we got. So we have to know that when you start trying to make this awareness campaign, that it's kind of like a legislative priority for Democrat chairs. We have a rule that said that couldn't even be a priority, yet look at what the influence it had on it. I think that we recognize abolish abortion has brought us to this. As I was sharing with my colleague, We know that there are women that have 5, 10 abortions because it's convenient. That's intentional. Versus the minor, versus someone who is frightened, versus someone who is scared to death, and they are encouraged to do this. There's a difference. I cannot see in our America that a woman would be charged with murder when the true facts are found. But making every woman aware of their true options and what really is going on versus what's the sex health curriculum that, oh, that's not being addressed. So I don't know what the answer is. I just want to please bring down the temperature on the word murder.
Janera.
Yes, sir. Point of information. Am I to understand that where we are right now in this process is that we are reviewing the remainder of the submissions, selecting those that we're going to put on a final list that we review later?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm asking the board to please consider that when we're having discussion. We've got people here waiting to testify.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, we'll move into a vote. All in favor of this substitution, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. All right, the nays have it. We'll go back to the original language. Is there any further discussion on the original language? Seeing none, all in favor, Dr. Malati.
Are we going to be coming back to maybe put some more detail in? Because I do think we need wording for the life of the mother.
Yes, we'll come back to these several more times as we refine our list. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of adding this to the list, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, that is added. Okay, Spencer.
So I'm going to have two motions. So I handed you the piece of paper for the second one so we could be prepared for it.
Can you speak directly into the microphone?
Yeah, sorry. I'm going to have two motions. So I gave you the piece of paper for the second one so we could be prepared for that. But I want to bring up the Stop Illegal Abortion Pills motion, please.
Second that.
All right, Stop Illegal Abortion Pills has been moved by Spencer Brolsma, seconded by Brady Gray. Is there any further discussion on this? Brett.
I'm down with that, but I'd like to, yesterday when Right to Life was in here, they also had the clause in there about adoption.
It's next.
Oh, perfect.
Yep. All right, any further discussion? Johan.
I'm not going to speak against adopting it. I do want to speak on it. I don't think it's a bad thing, but I feel like if you think you're going to solve abortion, if you think you're going to prevent the murder of children by banning the pills, it's like people who think they're going to prevent murder by banning guns. Yeah. The guns don't kill people. People kill people, and that's what needs to be addressed.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Rolando.
If you get rid of the pills, you eliminate 99% of abortions. I mean, yeah, theoretically, women could swallow rat poison or something, but, let's be realistic. Almost all abortions are happening with the clinics closed through the abortion pills. You take away the abortion pills, you stop most abortions.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move into a vote. All in favor of adding this, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, that passes. Then, Spencer, your next motion?
So I would like to bring up the adoption priority that takes us right to life. There it is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, type the whole thing in. Yeah, so the Improve Adoption for Children and Families, and I believe everybody has a copy of that was handed out. But we'll get the language on the screen. All right. Is there any, would you like to speak to this motion?
I'll second it.
Yeah, seconded by Brady Gray. Any debate? Seeing none, we'll move into a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. That passes. All right, anything else in the abolish abortion section? Seeing none, we'll move on to preservation and historic monuments and statues. The only thing I have submitted here is restore historic statues to keep history accurate. Is there anything people would like to take up here? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the next section, which is state and national sovereignty. I'll start with you, Paul, and then Davis, I think the language you showed me would be good here also. We'll go to you next. But Paul, if you can, or if you
Paul
can make your
Yamrick,
motion.
SD 18, the Let Texas Run Texas title. I know it's a lot of wording, but I think it's, we're not voting on the wording, we're voting on the concept or the topic. So I would make a motion to accept this into our list.
That motion has been made by Paul Yamrick, seconded by Brett Rogers. Is there any discussion on this item? Yeah, Davis, looking at the language you sent me, I kind of feel like this covers it. Do you agree, or do you think we would need to add something in for yours? Is there maybe a way we could incorporate it in? Could we say could we add a sentence that says establish a legally sufficient process to deal with unauthorized federal actions, and would that take care of it?
Chair, is this an amendment to my motion? Okay, I didn't get that.
The reason I want to consider an amendment is because there's also platform or language that was submitted that is pretty close to this that I know is going to be brought up in a motion next, and so I'm wondering if we can kill two birds with one stone, or if they need to be separate.
Could we put this item that I have and let everybody re-vote?
I think we address the motion that I've made and we move on.
Okay. All right, yeah, just bring it up as a separate item then. Is there any further debate on this, Jeff?
Just like to maybe propose a small amendment in here because I'd like to include something about school funding and how the federal government has been using that as a way to control our curriculum and many other things in our public schools. I don't have any language there, but I wonder if we could include that concept in there as well.
Could we just put in parentheses school funding and just leave it there for now at the end? Is there any objection to doing that? Just so that we know that we need to work it back in.
At this point, we're just putting it on the list, so that's fine. Thank you.
All right. Any other items for this, or any other debate on this item? Seeing none, all in favor of adding this, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. That passes. All right. Davis, do you want to, let me forward this to Michael. All right. Do you want to go ahead and make your motion?
I move the adoption of parallel to point 33 and the
microphone, please. I can't hear a word.
Yeah, you need to use your mic.
Thank you.
Yeah, I move the adoption of what is a parallel to Plank 33 of our platform, passed Texas Sovereignty Act, which is legislation that has been submitted into our legislature several times, but nobody's made it a priority and hadn't even gotten a vote. But anyway, it parallels our Plank 33. Do we have it up there yet? Yeah.
Yeah, and so if we wanted to make this into a priority, if you just would it say could we start at establish in the second paragraph, and then just start it there, then use the word by passing the Texas Sovereignty Act?
I would be more amenable with just taking the first paragraph and the third paragraph. Federally mandated legislation that infringes upon the 10th Amendment rights of Texas shall be ignored, opposed, refused, and nullified.
By passing the Texas Sovereignty Act?
Yeah, and request the governor to make passage of the Texas Sovereignty Act as filed in the 88th regular session as HB 384, one of the legislative priorities.
Okay, well, yeah, so we're working it into our legislative priorities. So we would just say by passing the Texas Sovereignty Act. And I would leave the as filed stuff just so it's clear what we're referring to.
I'm good with that.
And I second.
All right, that has been seconded by Paul Yamrick. Yeah, change passaging to passing. All right, does that look good?
Yes.
All right, is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, we'll move into a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. All right, that passes. Anything else in the state sovereignty section? I don't think they're really ill. Anything else in the state sovereignty section? All right, we will move on. I have a legislative process section. This includes a lot about the speaker election, one-topic bills, term limits, things like that, and conservative Texas budget. Paul?
Paul Yamrick, SD 18, the one on Lavaca County, support as a legislative priority, plank 233, entitled Texas Speaker of the House.
All right, is there a second on that? Who is that? Oh, Hans. All right. Is there any discussion on this item? Any discussion? Go ahead, Robert.
Robert Gray, SD6. Point of information. I don't understand what this does as a plank. Can someone explain that a little further?
Does someone want to speak to that?
Is this the one where Republicans elect the speaker? You can just tell him that.
It's the Republican caucus.
Microphone.
Sorry. Yes, thank you. It's the Republican caucus electing the speaker. We are the majority, and our caucus should elect our Speaker of the House. In so many words, that's not the exact wording. But that's the, excuse me, the concept, and we're doing concepts right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Any further discussion on this item? All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right. That passes unanimously. Anything else in the legislative process section? All right. And we will finally move on to Texas independence. Julie.
This was brought forward from at least Howard County, I think, and another one as well, but the term limits.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see you before. So the
Howard County term limits, members of Texas House of Representatives,
yep,
serve
I
maximum
see
three,
it.
that one.
Is there a second? All right, seconded by Spencer Brolsma. And is there any discussion on this item? All right, Jeff.
Okay. One thing on this issue for term limits, when it comes to the Texas legislature, we don't have a term limits set in our legislature. We don't have it set for governor. We have a higher rate of turnover in our legislature than states that do have term limits. Like it's just that we have 2 or 3 members who have been reelected for quite a very long number of time, quite high number of times, but the overall turnover in the House and Senate is higher than in states that do have term limits. So I mean the strongest thing for term limits is your voting body deciding they don't want someone there, right? So just a note for folks who want a higher rate of turnover. Term limits don't necessarily bring that, but that is what it is. So up to people.
Thank you. Any other debate? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Nay. All right, that fails. Going back to, is there anything else in the legislative process section? All right, going to Texas secession independence referendum. We have 2 kind of similar language that was submitted by certain counties. Does anyone want to take either of those up?
I do.
All right, Julie Dahlberg has made a motion. Which one?
Susan Williamson.
Okay, Susan Williamson. And which language do you want to use?
The first one.
Okay. So Susan Williamson has made the motion for the Tyler County language. Second. That has been seconded by Julie Dahlberg.
I would like to speak to it.
Please do.
I realize that there are 13 counties that are listed here that have proposed this, but there is, in actuality, over 30 counties that sent this in as a priority. So I think it's time that we consider this.
All right, is there any further discussion? We will go Rolando, then was that? Okay, Rolando.
Well, I'll start by saying I am opposed in principle to secession. I'm opposed in principle to voting on secession because it is outside our constitutional framework. But that's not the question before us. Even if you believe in the theoretical feasibility or desirability of secession, the question before us is, should it be a legislative priority? This does not actually, if we were to adopt this, it does not actually accomplish anything. What it does is set in motion a process that even from the perspective of secessionists, best case scenario from the perspective of secessionists is that ultimately it results in 20 years in a new country. All the other priorities we are considering are problems that can be addressed by the legislature next session. We have just considered all these ways that the Texas can challenge and defy federal overreach within our constitutional framework. And we can do it now. We don't have to wait 20 years until we go through the whole process of secession. We can do all those things now. However, so this does not only not accomplish anything, it actually hurts everything else we're trying to do, because once you make the conversation about secession, it sucks up all the oxygen in the room, and we're not able to advance the practical ways that we can achieve Texas sovereignty. If we make this a priority, we're telling voters, we don't actually care about fixing the border. We don't actually care about stopping federal overreach, which we could do now without any referendum. We could do those things now. What we want to do is refight the Civil War. Which to me is a very politically tone-deaf thing to do and a very bad thing to do.
All right, Davis, and then we'll go to Julie.
Yeah, I just want to refer us back to what we just voted on a few minutes ago regarding the corollary there with plank 33, federally mandated.
You speak right into the microphone.
Okay. I thought I was. How's that?
That's better.
Feel like I need to shave a little closer to get any closer to the mic here. Anyway, federally mandated legislation that infringes on the 10th Amendment rights of Texas shall be ignored, opposed, refused, and nullified. We just voted on that just a little bit ago. I think that covers the bases with the Texas Sovereignty Act. And as our eloquent speaker just said, this is something we can do now.
All right. We'll go Julie, then Johan, then Eric.
What this is calling for is a vote to be voted on by the people. That's all.
All right. Johan.
For now.
I think regardless of whether you're for or against this, the massive number of counties, more than are shown on the screen, that passed it is sort of a mandate for us to consider it. I don't think cutting it out in our initial review would be a good reflection on the committee.
All right, Eric, then Jeff.
Yeah, I agree that all we're doing is asking the question, and I think plenty of counties and plenty of citizens have expressed the desire to have the question answered, and all the resistance is based on some kind of fear that it's going to create a mess. If anything, it adds emphasis to all the other things that we've talked about that are federal overreach. Yeah, we'll talk about land sales, we'll talk about citizenship status, border control, all of that stuff, and yes, we can address that today, but a vote on just having a referendum adds emphasis to all those other priorities that we're talking about. Thanks.
All right, is Mike Jackson. Oh, sorry, Jeff, and then Mike Jackson.
Yes, I'll just echo everything Rolando said, and I want to add that 30 counties out of 254 is 12.5%. Is not a mandate. That is a slim minority. And in addition, this was brought forward to the SREC as something to be put on the ballot as a ballot proposition. Did not receive what was needed. It was not, we are going to be putting up 15 priorities, and we are at 40 something now. We're going to be trimming these down, and just before we got down the things that were actually on the ballot issues, we were at 10. So I think that speaks for itself. Thank you.
All right, Mike.
Yes, I'd like to speak in favor of this proposition. The one thing that hasn't been mentioned yet is last year there was a petition circulated around the voters of Texas. Over 160,000 Republican voters signed a petition calling for a vote on Texas independence. If we do not listen to the voters of Texas, how are we going to justify what we're doing in here today?
Rolando.
What was submitted was 139, I believe 139,000, almost all of them online signatures. For a movement that claims to have 600,000 members and, support of, a majority of Texans, what they submitted were 7,000 actual in-person signatures. 7,000. I mean, Robert Kennedy, who's probably going to get 2 or 3% of the vote in Texas, submitted 100,000 signatures, actual signatures, to get on the ballot in Texas. 7,000 in-person signatures over the course of a 6-month petition drive is not a mandate. The other thing I would add is when we're considering priorities, keep in mind that these priorities are grounds for Rule 44 censure. So we're saying if you do not support secession or a vote on secession, you can be censured. To me, that's insane.
Yeah, I'd like to recognize myself. Sorry. Can you hear me? There you go. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. It's providence that I'm wearing a naval hat right now because I served in the Navy. That is the first flag that I salute and pledge allegiance to every day. I love my state of Texas, don't get me wrong, but we need to fight for our country. We need to elect Donald Trump to be our next president, and we have to see that his administration root and stem this deep state that is destroying our nation. That's what we're scared about right now. And trust me, that fear it's real, and it means something. But I'm asking you to fight for our country and our other countrymen.
Thank you. Janera.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Janera Lewis, SD 27. I'm not against polling the general population and getting the sentiment. We have to remember that this is legislative priorities, and what we have right now are about 40 that we've picked, and we're not even finished going through this list, and we only get to pick 15. So this is not the most important thing. We have medical care, children, border. We need things that they can do today. So please, let's not do this. Call the question, please.
All right. A motion has been made to call the question, and so we will, is there a second? All right, that has been seconded. All in favor of ending debate and moving to a vote on this item, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, that passes. All in favor of including this item in our draft list of priorities, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay. That fails. And so we are not done with our list yet. There are some items that have been submitted through testimony, not from SC conventions. I know there was one brought up on gambling that someone is probably going to want to take up. And I'm trying to locate language for that because I don't have it on the live doc. But are there any other items before we say we're done with this? Mike Jackson.
Can we get a hand vote, hand count?
The vote has already been called, so the time to do that would have been to call division before the result was announced, or right afterward. We've already moved on. So I'm trying to locate language for a gambling priority, but while I'm working on that, is there anything else that anyone wants to take up before Janera?
Point of information, have we already passed something about the EMP and we were going to wordsmith it later? Protecting the electric grid?
Yes,
Thank you.
I believe we did. Michael, can you verify that we have a priority on there for hardening the grid?
We do? Okay, thank you.
All right. For now, I'll entertain a motion on a placeholder item referring to casino gambling and sports betting.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, that motion has been made by, who did that? Who was that? Oh, Brady Gray. And we'll locate language for it in the interim. And that is seconded by Julie Dahlberg. This would be preserving the constitutional ban on sports betting and casino gambling. All right, and is there any discussion? While let's get language up there and then, yeah.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so language for now, let's just say preserving the constitutional ban on casino gambling and sports betting. All right, and so and the motion, if I remember right, that was made by Brady Gray, seconded by Julie Dahlberg. Is there any discussion?
I just have a question about
Yes.
where this is coming from.
So
We're anticipating testimony, is that what we're doing?
We already had testimony.
We-
Yeah, so we had testimony from Jonathan Covey on this issue.
And I'm happy to speak on this as well.
Go ahead.
So last session, there was a pretty unprecedented push by the casinos industry lobbying in Texas. They hired hundreds of lobbyists, spent a substantial amount of money to try to move sports betting and casino gambling into the state of Texas. The promise is economic impact in bringing money into Texas. As you are all well aware, we do not have a revenue issue in Texas. We have a spending issue, and casino gambling brings with it lots and lots of studies on this, but brings with it higher crime, higher foreclosure rates, higher divorce, higher domestic violence, everything that is bad for the areas that it comes into. So,
Rolando.
Typically, I'm not a fan of a priority that would involve, keeping the status quo. But as Brady said in this case, we know there's going to be a massive push, that 10 times bigger than it was even last session. For y'all, if you've been watching, we just found out from the campaign finance filings, the Sands Corporation created a PAC with $9 million that they are spending right now to reelect Dade Phelan and his cronies in the runoffs. $9 million just for like a dozen House runoffs, okay? The amount of money they're going to pour in to buy politicians is mind-boggling. And aside from all the social effects, addiction, crime that come with casinos, and sex trafficking, there is going to be a massive, massive political corruption issue. If you think that Austin is a swamp now, wait until the casino goons are calling the shots, okay? We allow the casinos in, we're going to turn Texas blue.
All right, is there any further discussion? Don.
I also want to make a comment about it. People need to understand, they're not legalizing gambling. They're granting very specific licenses to I think 7 people. And you're going to make these people incredibly wealthy. You're just granting them a concession to operate gambling. It's not going to be, I'm going to go, they're going to pass a law and I'm going to go open up a mom and pop gambling hall. That's not what this is. This is a very large, I think Tillman Fertitta gets Galveston and Kemah. I think San Antonio goes to the Strauss family. It is very, very corrupt, and it's just an awful, awful bill.
Yeah, I'll hand over for debate in just a sec. But what I always compare this to, because this kind of thing happens with a lot of different areas, where we operate with the velvet rope policy, right? Where everybody's lined up behind a velvet rope with their bags of cash, and the legislature is like the gate attendant who clicks open the rope for one person who has the biggest bag of cash, and then the next person, and then eventually they keep out everybody else, protecting their industry. And there are a lot of examples of that. Like casino gambling is one. But there are a lot of businesses that operate that way in Texas because the legislature requires them to exist. But anyway, I'll hand over to Paul and then Janera.
Paul Yamrick, SD 18, I would call the question.
All right, question has been called. Is there any objection to ending debate on this issue? Hearing none, I'll just point out one more time, I still haven't seen Don and Rolando disagree on anything yet. So I don't know what's happening here, but we need to bring this back to Harris County. All in favor of adopting this priority, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. That passes unanimously. Are there any other items that need to be added to our initial list?
Sure. Paul Yamrick, SD 18, point of information.
Yes.
Are we closing addition if there's no more adding now at this point?
I think I think we would leave the opportunity open in an emergency, or maybe like we learned from testimony that there is just something that we completely missed that is extremely important. I would never say never, but I think we need to be very careful about adding anything new from this point on, because we're going to be working very hard to cut it down to 15. And that's going to take a lot of work. So if someone shows up at the 11th hour with a priority that we haven't even looked at yet, unless the world is going to end if it doesn't get on there and pass in the next legislative session, then we need to be careful about doing that.
Thank
Does that
you,
answer your
Scott.
question?
One other item.
Yes.
When can we have access to where we are now and just what we have now?
So we're about to go into testimony. I think I'll get that document from Michael, and we'll post it in the folder so that everybody who has access, by the way.
You're doing that live, aren't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's
yeah,
not just
let's
what
add it
we
to the
passed.
folder.
It's still in there, everything.
Okay. Yeah,
what's the stuff we've approved.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Send me, can you email me a copy of that so that way we've got a backup, and then I'll put it in the folder so that we can all look at it. And the next step, while we're taking testimony, Michael and I are going to work on putting together a survey for the committee members so that y'all, oh, it's already ready to go? Oh my gosh, look at this. So that we can preference what's important kind of to each of us. Hans?
How about a motion to close the additions right now? That would then allow somebody to come with a 2/3 majority to add something later, but this way it would stop.
Would you like to adopt, so is that a motion to adopt a standing rule against further additions to the list?
No.
No,
I don't.
Okay.
We could have, somebody come in here with really important, an elected official come in here with really important information in the next 2 minutes. I think we need to kind of keep it open.
That's kind of how I feel too.
Okay.
Is there any more?
I just say we leave it open through testimony.
Yep. Okay. So with that being, okay, Julie.
Sorry, I have two questions. One is the Stop Sexualizing Children is under the section where it says it was not brought up from a SD or county, and it actually was. I don't know if that's important.
I think that's just a repeat from testimony. All the language there was added to the prohibit taxpayer funding. If I remember right, that was added to one of the other priorities that we had, right?
No. Hold on, I'll find it.
Michael, can you go back and look at those and see if we have that in there already?
It was just a rewording of something that did come from a county convention.
Okay.
And my other question is there any way we could get a printed copy of this list we're working on that we've got now?
Oh, we can? Oh, I was about to
Awesome.
say no. I didn't know that we could. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll work. That may not be immediate, but I think so. From here on out, our plan is to align with what the Rules Committee is doing, because I know some people have like friends in rules and things like that. So we will break for lunch at 12:30. Between now and 12:30, we will take testimony, and then we'll break for lunch at 12:30, come back at 2 o'clock, and continue with testimony for a little while. During that time, every single one of you is going to need to keep an eye on your email, because I'm going to send out a survey to all committee members for you to preference the priorities that are most important to you. And so there's nothing dispositive about that. That's not the end all be all, but I think that'll give us kind of an early indication about how we need to be setting up our list. So, Don.
Question, are we going to keep the 6 and 7:30 dinner alignment too?
I think we should plan on that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, anyway, any questions about the schedule from here on out? Seeing none. Oh, go ahead.
Just a point of information. So when you send out the survey during lunch, when do we have to complete it?
I'm going to send it out before lunch, and I'll let you know when we need to have it completed. But we'll keep taking testimony until we've got everything ready.
Okay, thank you.
So testimony will start now and continue after lunch. So with that, I'm going to go to I'm going to read through first people who signed up yesterday and didn't get to speak, and then I'll basically just keep going down the list in order. So yesterday, and just listen for your names, and if I call you, jump up and down, say hi, and make sure I know you're here so that we can bring you up. Kathy Wakeman, are you here? Okay. Michael Schwerin. Dylan Young. Fred Costa. Oh, you're here? Okay, you're first up. So I'm going to keep calling names so we can figure out who's on deck. You need to come to this microphone. After Fred Costa will be Charlie Maloof. Are you here? All right, you were second in line, so please come over here to this chair. And we're just going to keep people rotating through. We're still operating under the standing rule that you have 3 minutes to speak. When you're done speaking, walk around behind this table and talk to Michael so that we can make sure we capture the subject of your testimony. And with that, Fred, go ahead.
Fred Costa, SD 8. We were looking at Plank 37 in Platform Committee, and that is a divisive, very divisive plank that does not need to be in our platform. We've removed it so we could come together in unity for a presidential election to get President Trump back into the White House. If there's any other divisive planks in our platform, those need to go too. This is a very important presidential election year. And we don't need to be divided on any issues, COS, or anything that you could come up with. This is too important. This is for our country. This is not for a special interest to have special legislation pushed into the legislative year of 2025. The expiration of the COS application is the deal they made. That's what's on the table, and that should remain. That legislation is good. We have good legislation that we don't need to change. We've shown that COS is not the only player in the convention movement. They are not even running the bus. They are not driving the bus. Gavin Newsom has been called into the convention movement by proposing a gun control amendment. The 28th Amendment is what he called it. And now that's on the table. We've shown that H-Con Res 24 aggregates all applications, whether they're rescinded or not. It doesn't matter what subject it is. And California's Article 5 application for gun control will be subsumed into that convention call. So gun control is on the agenda, because the only thing standing between surrendering U.S. sovereignty is our U.S. Constitution, and that can be varied in a constitutional convention, Article 5 convention. You guys want to call it a convention of states? Okay, let's call it a convention of states. It can be changed. And gun control, gun confiscation can be introduced. Our Second Amendment is on the table. So therefore, we do not need it as a legislative priority because it's not in our platform. So if it's not in our platform, there is no priority. So we ask that you keep it out of the legislative priorities. This is the tail, not the head. Thank you.
Question from Hans.
So the Convention of States has a very large grassroots organization. Aren't you concerned during a presidential election by not continuing the Convention of States, which wouldn't have happened this year anyways because they don't have enough states? Aren't you concerned that you're alienating a large part of the grassroots?
The grassroots doesn't need to fight within itself. The grassroots needs to unite. And we can stop talking about COS for 6 months. We need to get President Trump into the White House. And frankly, you say alienating the group? No, I'm not concerned, because that is our goal, to get President Trump back into the White House. Now, if we can do that effectively united, great. But if we can't do it effectively united, let them be disenfranchised. You know, we are not asking for that. I am not concerned about that, because this is our goal. Our goal is to get President Trump back in the White House, not to fight among ourselves.
All right. And I think that concludes your testimony. So next up will be Charlie Maloof. And after him, just going down the list, okay, we had,
Sir.
yeah, Fred. Fred, yeah, make sure you come back around this way. Yeah. So, okay, we got one, there's no name here, but Noah Radisson from SD8. Is that person here? Not sure what that means. Who is that? Okay, Michael Ferguson. Sarah, okay, I think we already heard from Sarah Bailey. I don't know why. Okay, Kelly Perry. Is Kelly Perry here? Okay, Kelly Perry. Herschel Redding. Herschel Redding. Erica Hatfield. Okay, you're next in line. All right, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Charlie Maloff. I live in Senate District 14. I'm an honorably retired public servant, military veteran. I'm also a vice president for a nonprofit criminal justice advocacy. I contract paralegal doing civil rights. I'm here supporting the Texans for Judicial Accountability on a resolution demanding transparency for the Commission on Judicial Conduct. Specifically, I'd like to talk as much as with prosecutorial misconduct. All disqualified judges need to be subject to sanctions, including criminal prosecution. There's a difference between being recused and disqualified. If you're disqualified, right now there is no teeth in any current law holding for either any accountability to prosecutorial misconduct or judicial misconduct. You really don't have any kind of a deterrent to stop any kind of misconduct, and there really needs to be some kind of teeth. In addition, there's another resolution demanding certified court reporters and camera hearings. All courts should have cameras, and all recordings should be as a matter of record, and a copy of all recordings accompanying all requested transcripts as a matter of practice of accountability and of law. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any questions? All right, seeing none, make sure you come around this way.
Mr.
Next
Chairman.
will be Erica Hatfield. Yeah, and then let me go through the names of the next people signed up. Is Leanne Penton Walker here? Spencer.
Would it be possible to put the list of people that are up next underneath the timer so that way maybe if they're in the room they'll know?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So Leanne Penton Walker, is she here? All right. Don't see her. Tom Nobis, are you here? All right. You're on deck. Go ahead, Erica.
My name is Erica Hatfield, delegate SD2. I am for Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution, Convention of States. Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution says that, well, there's a Part A. Part A says that Congress can propose amendments, which they've done thousands of times. That's how we got our current 27 amendments. Congress proposed them, the states ratified them. Part B says the states have the ability to propose amendments. And I emphasize the word propose because that word is in Article 5 3 times. It is a convention to propose amendments to the U.S. Constitution. Just like this convention is proposing legislation, the outcome is a platform. Laws do not get made until the state legislatures decide on it. So once the convention happens, those proposals come back to the states for the ratification process. It takes 34 states to call for a convention. It takes 38 states to ratify any proposals that come out of it. So what does that mean, ratification? Those amendments have to go through the House and the Senate of 38 states to pass. So that's the Article 5 process. Convention of States as an organization, our goal is to get to a convention, and this is a limited convention. We know that it's limited because the application of every state that wants to be a part of this project has a limited language in the application that they submit. The limited verbiage is term limits, fiscal responsibility, and reigning in the federal government. So anything that is proposed at that convention has to stay within that scope, and they will hold each other accountable, just like you're holding each other accountable that rules don't get slipped in here. So we have, as an organization, over 5 million supporters in the nation. We have over 250,000 supporters here in Texas, and I'm open for any questions.
All right, any questions? All right, thank you. And next up is Tom Nobis, and then after Tom Nobis, we have, is Kevin Formolo here? Kevin Formolo, Wes Thomas. Is Wes Thomas here? What? Okay, Wes Thomas, you're on deck. Go ahead, Tom.
Okay. Tom Nobis, SD7. What I want to talk to members of the Legislative Priorities Committee. Rule 34C states that legislative priorities shall be for specific changes, additions, or deletions from the law that directly support the platform and the core values of the Republican Party of Texas. I wasn't aware of the rule back in 2022 at State Convention when I spoke against a legislative priority of no Democratic chairs, based upon the fact that it is not legislation and only occurs during the first 3 days of the beginning of session when the House established its rules. We are a country and party of laws and rules, and just because we ignored a rule 2 years ago, please don't compound the issue. So please don't add it as a priority. If you want to remove Democratic chairs, talk to your House representatives and get them to vote for Dr. Tom Alverson as their speaker, who has stated no deals, no delays, and no Dem chairs. Thank you.
Tom, this way.
Yes, sir.
All right, Wes Thomas is up next, and actually I need to unhide here. Michael, how did you hide? Oh, here we go. Okay, is Shelby Chamberlain in the room? Shelby Chamberlain? Is that you? Oh, perfect. All right, you're on deck. So, Wes, go ahead.
All right. Thank you guys for having me, and thank you for your time. I'm Wes Thomas from SD3. I'm from Liberty County, where I serve as a county chair, and I'm also on the board of Abolish Abortion Texas. And I want to talk to you about abolition. Pills are already illegal in Texas. I'll be bringing you the printout of that law later today. Abortion pills cannot be sold in Texas right now, yet here they are. Got them in my hand. Is it stopping abortions? No. We need to ban actions, not people. Actions, not things. As someone said earlier, guns don't kill people. That's why we don't ban them. Actions. The second thing, someone in testimony I heard yesterday when speaking on election fraud, if we don't have penalties for election fraud, are we going to end election fraud? The answer was obviously, it was rhetorical. No, we're not. How are we going to expect to end abortion if we're not making it illegal for everyone? The other thing, the language you guys just removed when we were talking about the abortion priority, you removed "and to oppose legislation that discriminates against any preborn children and violates the U.S. Constitution." What you're saying when you remove that is that you want to write legislation that discriminates against preborn children and violates the Constitution. I'm not sure if that was your intention. Do you want legislators writing discriminatory bills? Do you want them to write bills that violate the Constitution? Because I think that's what you just messaged. The first principle of the 2022 RPT platform says, we support the laws of nature and nature's God, and we support the strict adherence to the original language and intent of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitutions of the United States and Texas. Guys, you just violated that rule. I would suggest you add that back when given the opportunity. What does the Bible say? In Leviticus, there's a passage in Leviticus 20. It says, anyone who gives his children to Molech shall surely be put to death. I myself, God says, will set my face against the man, and I will, getting a phone call, I will set my face against the man who does that. But it goes on and it says, if the people of the land, that's us, close their eyes to that man when he does that, and do not put him to death, then I will set my face against that man and the whole clan. God holds nations and people groups responsible when they don't end the evils in their society. He will hold us accountable. But the good news is, guys, there's repentance. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and will pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear them from heaven, and I will forgive their sin and heal their land. That's what we need. We need to repent. God is slow to anger, but he is merciful. Texas needs to lead the way on this issue, not retreat. We need to support the Constitution and oppose legislation that violates it.
All
Thank you for your
right,
time.
so I will start with a question, and it's the same question I asked a couple of committee members. Would you oppose, or would you have opposed the trigger bill, the Roe versus Wade trigger bill that passed in the legislature?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that. Yes, we absolutely did support it. We absolutely did oppose it. We wrote that we opposed it. It's on our website. You can see it. And we opposed it because it discriminates against preborn children, and it violates the Constitution. And it also gives the legislators an option to do something other than what they should have done. They didn't do what they should have done because we offered them up something less. We need to stop doing that. And if you say, well, Wes, they would have opposed equal protection. They would have opposed outright criminalization. Well, show me who they are. Who are these people that will vote against the Constitution? Give me their names. Right? Let's replace those people. Let's get good people in there who will support the Constitution. That's what we're here for, is it not?
Okay, Johan, you had a question?
You asked my question for me.
Okay, are there any other questions? Jeff?
Yeah, I'll repeat my question about the equal protection language, because we're talking about the murder exception. That's its own question, but we're talking equal protection.
Okay.
The question was asked of a previous testifier about miscarriages and how that would be handled, and the answer was miscarriages are natural death.
Yes.
But that, if you're going with equal protection as the basis, miscarriage is not natural death. It is potentially negligent homicide, also known as manslaughter, right? So then any miscarriage would need to be investigated as to whether or not, because the rules on manslaughter are if you engage in reckless behavior that causes the death of another human being, then you are guilty of manslaughter.
Okay.
And so if there's a miscarriage, then there's a death of a human being has incurred, and since there's no exception for it being the mother of the child, then it would need to be investigated for every miscarriage as to whether or not the mother's actions were, while pregnant, were reckless enough to cause the death, and therefore any miscarriage needs to be investigated as a manslaughter. So that it's just, okay. I'm just going with, if we're going with direct, I'm not opposing everything, I'm just, these are the technicalities that need to be worked through on these questions.
Okay. Will people do things, will DAs try something like that? I mean, it's possible they could try something like that. I don't know of any that would. I've never seen this happen. But if you have a miscarriage and there is a suspicion of foul play, I mean, it would work exactly like you'd have right now. If you have a mother who has a 1-year-old and there's a suspicion of foul play, they do an investigation. But there's a presumption of innocence, right? Our justice system exists for a reason. We presume all people accused are innocent until proven guilty. So if you can gather evidence, right? If you can gather evidence that there was foul play in the case of the 1-year-old, well then all we're saying is that you need to treat the case of a mother losing a child the same way. Now, are miscarriages, is that foul play? No, it's not. That was a natural death, like was testified earlier. So, but if there is a suspicion and you can have, evidentiary witness to it being foul play, I'm sure somebody can come up with a way that might have been foul play. But in most cases, no. And do I suspect that anybody would do that? I think that's kind of a boogeyman that we hear from the left, where they're kind of equivocating a little bit on that. But I understand that's a sincere question on your part. But I think that's a boogeyman that they're throwing out there.
All right, Spencer.
Okay, so I want to read one of the principles in the platform, which the principles hardly ever get changed. It says, the sanctity of innocent human life created in the image of God should be equally protected from fertilization to natural death. Does that sound like there's any wiggle room at all, in your opinion? Because it doesn't sound like there is to me. So I'm basically arguing that we should put the language back in, as you're suggesting.
You're arguing for that?
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree. I feel like by removing what y'all removed, I understand the committee member's point he was trying to make. And I think, guys, I think you should be aware of what we're saying when we say these things. But by removing that language that y'all removed, you are messaging to the legislators that you will accept less. That's what you're saying. And I don't think the RPT should message that. They will always take less. We heard yesterday some phrase, I can't remember exactly who said it, but the legislators don't like it when we do that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm inconveniencing you, right? But to ask you to follow the Constitution, but I'm not sorry. That's your job. So no, I don't think we should listen to that complaint. I think we should press harder.
All right. With no further questions, I'll go ahead and call up the next person to testify, and please go to the secretary to have your item captured. Next is Shelby Chamberlain.
Hi, I'm Shelby Chamberlain with SD1, and I am a delegate, and I am in favor for Plank 37, the Article 5 Convention of States. And the whole reason why I am in favor of this, number one, it is a constitutional issue, that it is a tool that we have to our hands as the people to be able to call a convention of, for our state to be able to stay in and call a convention. Right now, we are number 11. That's what we are in the Article 5 Convention of States. We're number 11 that we got passed. We have 19 at this moment. We're working on 20, but it took us many years for us to get here on, for our state to call and sign on that they would call an Article 5 convention. It takes many years to do that because you've got to go through the chambers in the House and the Congress and all that. You've got to get everybody to pass. Or House and Senate, rather, I should say. Congress is federal. Anyway, the whole thing about it is we have to have 34 states all together calling for the exact wording. There's not going to be a difference. There's not going to be a runaway convention. We're not trying to take away guns. We want to do this legally, and all we're asking for is to rein in the federal government, term limits, and ballot budgets. Those are the only three topics that all 34 states are going to have to do. Nothing else beyond that. We're not trying to change the Constitution, as some people are saying. We're trying to use the Constitution that the Founding Fathers gave to us to take care of the federal government and work on the problems that they have done to us. By y'all removing it, Plank 37, that is going to be a very bad idea for y'all, because the Republican Party, we stand in unity with the Constitution and the morals and what all it brings. And I just think y'all need to reconsider and do this, because they're just, right now, they're not all of us here from Convention of States, but y'all are still going to get flooded with it, I hate to say, but I really think y'all need to reconsider, because it is a tool that our Founding Fathers gave to us to use. And taking that away from us, y'all, you know, I would like to say, like the John Birch Society, they were trying to fight against the socialism. Well, y'all are just giving into it. Because that's what we're going to wind up doing, because you're taking a tool away from us given in our Constitution. Thank you.
All right, Janera has a question.
Yes. First, I want to mention that we're not the ones that removed Plank 37.
I know you're not.
Okay. And point of information to the chair, because I need it to help her understand. Are we permitted to put on legislative priorities a priority that is not also a plank?
Yes. The platform and the legislative priorities are two separate documents that are voted on the floor. That being said, we should be careful about, legislative priorities are going to go first in the floor votes. I think we should be pretty careful not to include something that is going to contradict the platform or is anticipated to, because that could cause problems down the line.
Okay. So I just wanted to ask her, are you aware that we're really tightly, we're bound to them almost?
I do understand that.
Okay,
And we are,
thank you.
like I said, we're going to be dealing with it.
All right. Next up, we actually have a couple of platform committee members who are on recess and wanted to testify before this committee, but needed a window to do that. So first, I'd like to call up Brian Bodine, and then after him will be J.R. Haas. And so yeah, they've just got this microphone, and they've just got a short window that they can testify.
2 minutes or
3 minutes.
3 minutes? Okay. Good afternoon, folks. All right, and Tom, do you have the email? Is it sent? Okay. There it is. Excellent. Okay. So, folks, what I wanted to testify to you about today, those of you on the Priorities Committee, and I'm over in the National Defense. I've been the chair of the National Defense and Border Security and Foreign Affairs Subcommittee. We've covered a lot of issues dealing with existential threats, cybersecurity, war, geopolitical war, foreign aid, everything. But here's the bottom line, is that stuff is converging in a global way, national global way, to where government, federal, state, local, are declaring disasters and emergencies like never before. They declared a state of emergency about the solar eclipse in multiple states. So we are living in a strange time, overlapping states of emergency being declared in disasters. Emergency powers reform, executive overreach is not just about COVID. That's what we experienced in 2020, but it's not just about that. It can be about car accidents. I've had a number of conversations with State Senator Bob Hall, and the Texas Disaster Act is important. We need to reform it. We need to reform, stop executive overreach, and I would encourage you to consult Tom Glass on final wording on this. Communicate with him. He's here today. But I'm going to read this language to you, which I think you can use, and then I'll share it with the committee. Reform emergency powers at the state, county, and city level to prohibit the creation or suspension of laws that impact entities such as religion and business. Convene with full authority the state legislature, county commissioner's court, or city council to ratify, alter, or terminate any emergency declaration within 14 days. So that is, I think, some language that y'all could use. Some other language from former Chairman Allen West, 2021, that legislative session, that was reverse the abuse of the executive power, governor, in parentheses, and restore the rightful limitations on government authority prescribed in the U.S. Constitution and in the Texas Constitution. So here's the deal. Whatever you go with at the end of the day, our government has to be accessible. If our state legislature, for example, is not accessible during a disaster, you're not going to be able to get legislation on things, reach them on social issues, all kinds of policy issues. If you want government to function, you have to be able to access them. Force the legislator to meet within 30 days with legislation. That's one way. Force your county and your local to do the same. We cannot have unending states of emergency or disaster declared. The people have to be able to hold the legislators accountable. This is extremely important. I think it's more important than anything, right up there with the grid and the border. This needs to be included as a Republican Party of Texas priority going into the 2025 legislative session. Before thinking about this, guys, just because we're not in a really bad state of emergency right now, doesn't mean we won't be in 4 to 6 months. There's wars breaking out all over the planet. Anything can happen tomorrow, folks, with what's happening in the Middle East. So I'm asking everybody to wake up, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And, a question from Davis Ford.
A little bit. Go ahead.
Are you aware that I'll shave again and get close. Are you aware that the Texas Constitution gave Governor Abbott no authority to do all those emergency things that he did? There was a unconstitutional law passed by Democrats, I forget, in 67 or 76 or something like that, that supposedly, gave him some leeway to do those things, but it's strictly forbidden by the Constitution. Right. And since those laws, or that law, was not a constitutional amendment, he had no authority to do it. So now we would be in a position of asking our legislature to put some restriction on things he still has no authority to do.
Sure. I'm not a legal scholar, number one. I won't go into the weeds on this issue with what I think I know, but I won't disagree with your logic. I don't. That being said, the way it is right now, we've got to have something on the book. We've got to change something in state law because things are escalating quickly. Catalytic events happen, creates a big problem for we the people when it comes to ensuring that we're free and able to operate freely, run our businesses, stay open, things like that. So we got to have something on the books, and I do think we need to go to legislative route. But you're not wrong, in my personal opinion. So,
all right, Ninj.
All right, quick question. In what you're proposing, are you familiar with the Texas so-called religious freedom statutes and the clawback provisions in there where they can take back everything they grant, as well as the provision that says if the entity is engaged in any practice that might cost it its IRS tax exemption, then it doesn't qualify? You familiar with any of that? Are you addressing it?
I'm not familiar with the language in that bill. I've heard of this, but I'm just not well versed on it right now. But thank you, though. I will look into that very closely.
All right.
Quick question,
yeah,
Paul
Colin,
Yamrick,
Paul, and then-
SD18. Are you aware that we're under at least 20 emergency orders today?
Yeah. No, I'm aware that we're under a number of them. I did not know that it was 20,
you.
but there's a lot.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bodine. And next, make sure to go over to the secretary to have your testimony taken down. Next, I will call up J.R. Haas, and then on deck is Cindy Dravick here. Cindy Dravick, Cynthia Bream. Is Cynthia Bream here? John Welch. Is John Welch? Okay, John Welch, you're on deck. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee members, my name is J.R. Haas. I'm from SD7. Is everyone having fun so far this week? I want to thank each of you. There's several familiar faces on this committee. I've served on this committee as a committee member for the last 2 conventions, so I can appreciate the work that you guys are doing, and I thank you very much for how you are evaluating the top priorities for our party and praying for you as you weigh those priorities. Today I'm here to speak on one that's been a priority for the last 4 conventions, which is to establish equal protection for the preborn. It's also been termed to abolish abortion, to protect those most innocent and vulnerable Texans, Americans that we have. And I want to start with one concept some of you might be familiar with. It says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So one of the main reasons for forming a government is to protect lives. And if we're not going to fight for life, if we're not going to protect it and establish penalties for anyone, it should be illegal for everyone to murder anyone. Agreed? And that's what we're calling for. So thank you very much. So with my time, I want to come back to the decision to strike the language that talked about opposing other legislation that might, other measures that might regulate abortion. And the reason for that is, as I mentioned before, we've had this as a top legislative priority for the last 4 conventions. Is anyone ready to get that off the top legislative priorities? I would like to see it to be abolished, right? So let's do that. But do you know why it's still up here? Because we can't pass a bill. Let me ask you one more question. How many more votes would it have taken to pass a bill that would have protected preborn children from fertilization? Did it take any more to pass? We had enough to pass the heartbeat bill. How many more did it take to pass a bill of abolition? None. The same number of legislators. So our only problem with passing this legislation is we're not specifically calling on them that this is the line, hold the line. We want Republicans to vote Republican priorities and values, right? And so when we add these half measures, yes, our legislators are going to take the path of least resistance. They're going to say, yeah, give me something easy. Yeah, let's protect only babies with hearts. Okay. Or, yeah, fetal abnormalities. And, oh, let's establish the width of hall rooms or hallways. Like, they're going to go for the easiest thing they can do. So with that, I call for this committee to reconsider rejecting any standard lower than establishing equal protection for our preborn neighbor. And with that, I would love to answer any questions you might have.
All right, any questions? Seeing none, please register with the secretary. Next up, John Welch, and then is Rachel Heisler in here? You're on deck.
Hello, my name is John Welch, SD1. As a 29-year Air Force veteran, I thought long and hard about signing the petition for Texas. It's not an easy decision. How can someone who still holds an oath to support and defend the U.S. Constitution vote to succeed? As I thought about our founding fathers, I realized they did not think of themselves as citizens of an individual nation before they considered themselves citizens of their state. In fact, they were quite concerned about an overreaching federal government. The rights of the people were their priority. The rights of the people, in fact, are the essence of the Constitution, the core of the Constitution. And that Constitution stipulates that things that cannot be done in Article 1, Section 10.
Excuse
Not
me, Chair,
there,
we don't have our timer running.
We do. We've got it up here.
not there nor
Thank you.
anywhere else is the departure of a state from the Union forbidden. The Founding Fathers would most certainly consider the swamp as way outside the bounds of a Constitution. So what to do? The national political system appears to be functioning quite fine for opponents of our rights, but not well for the people. It is time to defund the swamp. Now, the goal of the Texas nationalist movement is to reestablish a constitutional republic where the people make decisions about how we proceed after a vote to assert our independence, and not speculate on those details. So this is my opinion only, but a sudden break would not happen. I think steps could start with creation of a Texas bank with gold and silver currency, which is within the bounds of the U.S. Constitution today. Perhaps we create a trust fund where Texans could keep their U.S. income taxes withheld until such time as the U.S. government starts behaving like a constitutional republic that it's supposed to be. Perhaps these funds could replace federal funds or money to start with, so fund our schools without ridiculous woke agendas being pushed on them from unelected bureaucrats. We simply take our money back and control our own schools. Perhaps if other states followed our lead, the federal government would become responsive to the people. But if not, we would be on our way to independence. Either way, the rights of the people would be respected. And this is the only way I know how to support and defend the fundamental concepts of both the U.S. and Texas constitutions. Now, regarding priorities, placing Plank 33 in the top priorities completely solves some of their issues and greatly assists many others, as the federal government is the cause of many of our state's problems. Something like 42% of Texas legislation is countering federal agendas. Now, realize we all have a tipping point. Mine came when I saw a man in the Oval Office declare that conservative Republicans were to replace foreign terrorists as the Pentagon priority. This is actually illegal. The U.S. military is forbidden from being used in domestic affairs. When the DOJ and FBI are weaponized against pro-life Catholics, you know you have an enemy of the Constitution at the helm. And we recently heard the CIA basically admit to killing President Kennedy. So this has been happening for some time. Congress and the national political process as we know it today simply is ineffective against the military-industrial complex, the medical-industrial complex, and all the other swamp complexes. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Next up is Rachel Heisler, and then is Lori Brunig in the room? All right, Lori, you're on deck.
Hello, my name is Rachel Heisler, and I am from SD4, and I am thankful to be here with you today. And the reason why I say I am thankful is because there is a very real chance that I might not be standing in front of you today were it not for the people who have been fighting along the way to abolish abortion in the state of Texas. You see, I was not conceived by two conservative Christian Republicans who fell in love, got married, went on their honeymoon, and then conceived me in love on their wedding night. That's not my story. I was conceived by an underage 15-year-old girl and a man who was in his early 20s on a one-night stand. Now, to my mother's credit, she did try to parent me. She did the best that she could, but she was poor. She did not have resources. But I'm thankful to my parents who committed to raising me because they saw a person who is deserving of love and a chance to have life. And I do believe that my God saw me, He knew me before He knitted me together in my mother's womb, and He had a plan for me. And I think part of that plan is being in front of you today to encourage you to continue to fight for people like me who are God-fearing, people who love this state, love this nation, and are willing to stand up and testify in front of you, even when it means revealing things of a personal nature, but that can make a difference in what you decide as a body for our party. And so I thank you for the work that you're doing, and I thank you for being willing to take it under your consideration, and I very vehemently urge you to continue to fight to abolish abortion in the state of Texas in all forms, because it matters to people like me. Thank you.
All right. We have a question. Rolando, question?
I do have a question.
I'm looking for
Do you oppose the... over
Rolando.
here.
Hi, sorry.
My question is, do you oppose the trigger bill abortion ban that was passed at the last session and is now in effect?
I do not, but I do believe that we have seen an uptick and an increase in people who are seeking out other means for their abortions, including illegal and very unsafe and possibly harmful abortion pills that they can receive through the mail.
Right. So to follow up, if you were in the legislature, you would have voted for the trigger bill.
I'm sorry?
If you were in the legislature, you would have voted for the trigger bill.
I believe so.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? All right.
Thank
you for coming, and please check in over here. Next is going to be Lori Brunig, and then after her will be Kelly Perry, who is on deck.
Hi, I'm Lori Brunig, and I'm with SD3, and I am here in support of the Texas referendum resolution to be a priority. As my colleague had already said earlier, we had 33 different counties that brought this out of their counties. I'd like the record to reflect that rather than the 13 that it does. Because if you were to take a look at that, then you would see that that is actually, I think, one of the largest priorities or greatest priority to come out of every county. So I'd like you to consider that. And I have to tell you, I moved here from California, and I moved here because I saw my rights being eroded. And yes, moving here to Texas was way, way better. But I do have to say, I did see some parallels. And those parallels we've talked about here today, right? We've talked about today and yesterday. We've talked about things like abortion rights. We've talked about election integrity. We've talked about our cars having kill switches. We've talked about our parental rights diminished. We've talked about our education, the things that they're teaching in school. We have talked about things, our Christian beliefs are being stifled. We've talked about our gun rights dwindling. We've talked about all of this today. And what we're failing to address is the fact that all of this is federal overreach. This is all the government. Our government is literally trying to stifle Texans. Our government is, selling us out to the UN. And these are things that we really need to put a stop to. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the Texas Independence Referendum Act. And that is actually just planning for our future. This isn't an I'm angry, I quit moment. That's not what it is. This is actual careful consideration, and it is looking into constitutional aspects. It is also looking into the international relationships. If you want to know things like, well, what do I do about my Social Security, or what do I do about military, or what do we do about our federal funding, just ask me, because I can answer almost all of those for you. But I've had so many people that I hear will say to me, I'm just not quite ready to talk about the Texas independence issue. And I just have to ask you, why not? It's a serious question I'd like you to consider. Why not? So, all right, our apathy is very dangerous.
All right, thank you. And please check in over here. Okay, next will be Kelly Perry, and then our final before we break for lunch is Deborah Simmons in the room. Deborah Simmons, are you in the room? David Nash, are you in the room? Okay, you're our last one before we break for lunch.
Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Kelly Perry. I'm from Senate District 19. I am an SREC. I am Vice Chair of Legislative Priorities, and I chair the Border Security Committee. I have a little bit more than that to say, but first I want to tell you thank you for your time, your efforts, your thought, your heart, your brains. As you sit here and make these decisions on these legislative priorities, for some, it's an idea, it's a chance to serve, it's a volunteer position, it's awesome. However, your decisions will change history for our state. You really need to let that sink in because it's huge, your decisions. Actually, Dana Myers had contacted Mike Banks, which is the border czar, and we had asked him to come and talk to y'all so you would really know what's up to date on the border. But he was called to go to El Paso on some kind of state business and could not attend. I definitely can't tell you what he would tell you, but I will tell you some things that he will tell you. This is border, but it's also the judicial system. It has hurt us as much as the border has. They're all interlaced. When they let smugglers go back into the communities, it's more crime. These are for your friends, your neighbors, it's for everybody. I wish they were all Republicans, but they're not. It is, everyone is suffering. I began my journey on the border issues 3 years ago, on every issue 4 years ago, but on January 21st, I started asking questions on where the children were. Where are the girls? That was my main question. Where are the girls? I understand the numbers. The numbers weren't there. The girls were disappearing. It took our government, whether that's state or national, 3 to 4 months to figure out our girls were missing. We don't have time to do that. I actually had President Trump tell me a couple of days ago, we're going to fix that border problem. Now, I don't know about you, but I thought he would already be in office and I wasn't going to have to wait till this November. We cannot count on that. Our world is very messed up. Our elections are very messed up, and there are people amongst you who have given their lives to try to fix that. I hope and I pray that's what happens, because if he doesn't get into office, we've lost. And that is going to be our number one thing. Somebody asked me the other day, and this was very, very important, because in my brain, can I have 1 minute? 30 seconds?
Sure.
Thank you. I'll skip that. I think you already know. I guess that was on my grandstand wanting you to vote for Trump. I know you're going to. I need your help to make that happen. I would like to ask you on your legislative priorities that you're working on, do not make them broad. Don't make them crazy. One of mine that was handed to me 2 years ago was stop freebies. Okay. Did you know that 85% of those are federal? I can't stop those. I can't even be part of it. But you can if you could narrow it down. So when we're asking for our legislators to do something, make it simple. They don't want, their staff has to work for all of this. So again, I thank you from my heart, from all that I am, for all that you're doing. Thank you. I like questions.
Yeah. Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Go for it, Don.
Do you think that Ray Epps is the only federal informant working around our party?
No. They're everywhere.
All right, Brett.
If you could wave a magic wand, what would you want done on the border?
Today or forever. SB4 would be my first step. If you're not familiar with that, SB4 is being out there debated. We need SB4. Texas can enforce SB4 without federal. I need SB4. If you don't know what that is, you're like in a box where I am. There was one more question back there? Yes, sir. SB4 is all we can do right now until November. We cannot, okay. Legislative priorities. I would, okay, all Texas freebie magnets listed and attacked individually. Whatever that means. If it's for college, if it's free housing, but you got to really dig deep because the UN is so far in debt with this that what we think we control, we do not. I wish we did. No, we're going to have another plan after election.
Spencer.
So there's been an argument that the legislative priority for securing the border was too broad last time, that it was technically 4 different legislative priorities. Would you agree with that, or do you think that every single one of those things needs to be done to secure the border?
Everything, anything that you can get someone to pay attention to makes a difference. Our hardest part for the state is we had no tools. The tools that we did get were not enforced. There was so much between federal and state that it was a mess. It was really a mess. I think we're headed that direction to fix it. No matter what happens in November, we're headed that direction. Any more?
All right. Thank you so much, Committeewoman Berry. And our final testimony is going to be, before we break for lunch, is going to be David Nash.
Hi, I'm David Nash. I'm with SD 24 in Gillespie County, the home of the hand counters. And so anyway, I have 2. I don't know if I'm having enough time, but I am for the Texas Independence Referendum Act as a legislative priority. I feel that it's a good insurance policy through the people and the people's voice in the legislative process to proactively establish a transition plan in place when needed due to known and unknown issues. Let's play out even post-Trump. Who knows? We're divided. Anybody thought about no diesel or gas engines in Texas? So, that would be a terrible thing to happen. That could be an unknown. It's already being talked about. That would affect the oil and gas, agricultural. It's just dominoes. So anyway, this executive order seesaw thing with the division in the country, you just never know where it's going. So we need an insurance policy. And so, thinking about that, are you there yet? I am. I have since J6, and it's okay. I get it if you aren't there for various reasons, but please, let's start the process at least. The second one, do I have time?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to talk about the Border Protection Unit. It's actually an existing legislative priority. That one right there, now was like decades ago. Okay, we've had this problem for a while. It took about a year into Biden's administration to break records for illegal immigrants. But there's hope. Senate Bill 8 from Birdwell, first special session. It was approved by the Senate. That's when the House went home. And then House Bill 20 from Schaefer, that made it through the second reading. And then it got a point of order, killed that one. That was for a border protection unit. So yeah, let's finish the work that LP has started and start dealing with the border issue. And that's all I have. Thank you. How are we doing, Tom?
He's got a question.
Oh,
I got
I'm
a
sorry.
question.
Yes.
What do you expect the duties of the Border Protection Unit to be, please?
Well, the one that was in the House Bill 20 by Schaefer, that was a DPS organization, which the Texas Rangers are under that. The one in the Senate was for Texas Border Force, which would the chief of the Texas Rangers would be in charge of that, and the Texas Rangers is a division of the DPS. So it's a little bit different organization. The House Bill 20 was very long. I mean, it got point of ordered. I'd like to get the parliamentarian aspect of that taken out and looked at. And then the other thing's just a different organization, but I really like the Texas Rangers in charge of that.
Well, but the question is, what would they do? Because our Texas officers cannot remove like a federal prisoner or detainee from a federal agent once they have them in custody coming through a national port of entry. So specifically, what would our people be doing, this unit be doing?
Well, they would be, basically we're under this problem with the Supreme Court and all that. But if they're able to do those things that we've already approved, I'm not that familiar with all the aspects of that, sir, but.
Matt Schaefer asked me to do a video on it.
Microphone.
I did Matt Schaefer's video on HB 20. The Border Protection Unit basically would cover the areas where there was not a port of entry. And so then they would push anybody away who tried to come across illegally if they weren't at a port of entry. We have no jurisdiction where there is a port of entry, but between there we would have stopped that. And his ambition was to make it so that we address the problem of imminent danger that we're under with both human trafficking and drug cartels. And if it would have stopped them from coming over in between ports of entry, then we probably could have stopped a lot of drugs, and we could have stopped a lot of human trafficking as well.
If I may add one quick thing to that. Additionally to what was in House Bill 20, Representative Guillen, the chair of Homeland Security in the House side, has submitted a bill in the third and fourth special sessions that would have created a border defense force in the same way. But one of the additional things there, and what's being worked on for some of the legislation being worked on for next session, includes looking at having the Border Defense Force also working border-related crime issues. So you'd be looking at the car theft, human trafficking, drug smuggling, so that in case we do get some changes at the federal level and they start enforcing the border properly, you don't know how long that's going to last. So you need to be able to build a border force that can take care of that when it needs to be taken care of, but then be able to transition and still take care of other border-related crime and be built up and maintain that special training in case it shifts back in 4 years or 8 years and the federal government goes away again, right? So it's something you have to keep built up and have multi-purpose so that it doesn't suddenly vanish the need for it and then have to rebuild it every time.
So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none, that'll conclude delegate testimony for right now. We're about to break for lunch, and we will come back at 2 o'clock. Instruction, you have a homework assignment. In a few minutes, we are going to be sending out a SurveyMonkey link to every delegate, or not every delegate, every member of the committee. So keep a very close eye on your emails. Contact me if you don't receive it. Try and complete this during lunch. We're going to come back at 2 o'clock and listen to more testimony and kind of use that time to put together the answers. But what you're going to do, we have the entire list that we've worked through so far. Everything's in there. If you go in the working folder, you can find the specific language for each one too. I've got a new spreadsheet in there. Pick 3 that are most important to you personally. So again, this is not dispositive. If something gets no votes, it's not necessarily left out. But we want to see if any kind of patterns emerge about things that are really important to delegate or to committee members, so that we can make sure we discuss them and spend some time on them. So with that, look at your emails. I don't want, and answer the survey during lunch if you can, because I don't want to come back and only have 3 responses and we're having to spend a bunch of time during the committee meeting dealing with it. So anyway, are there any questions before we break for lunch?
Are we going to have a hard break for dinner?
Yes. So we will do dinner at 6 o'clock.
All right, thank you.
And then we'll do that 6 o'clock to 7:30 to align with what the Rules Committee is doing.
Scott,
Yes.
if we wanted to get a paper copy, is there any way to do that? I mean,
So we have a document being sent to the printer, but if you're on the committee, please use the SurveyMonkey link.